afternoon, everyone, and welcome. Today is Wednesday, August 26, 2020. This is the regularly scheduled board meeting of the Long Beach Community College District Board of Trustees. The time is 4:31. And at this time, I'm calling the meeting to order. Madam Secretary, can you please take roll?
Virginia Baxter. Here. Vivian Malauulu.
Here.
Uduak-Joe Ntuk.
Processes for
Here.
WST.
Doug Otto. Sunny Zia.
Here. Thank you, Madam Secretary. Also, I do need to disclose, just for the benefit of the public, that due to the COVID-19 public health crisis, Governor Gavin Newsom did loosen the restrictions, the Brown Act restrictions, so that we are able to hold this meeting remotely. And we also have two ways that the members of the public can communicate with us if they would like to submit public comments. There's a phone number, and you can also email them to us, and those items are all available, as always, on board docs with our agendas and its attachments. So, Madam Secretary, with that, item 1.3, do we have any public comments on closed session items?
No, we do not have any comments.
And let's see. We are going to adjourn this very brief public session and go into closed session to discuss two items. Item 1.4, personnel pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6, management team, an unrepresented group, conference with agency designated representative, Vice President Jean Duran. And item 1.5, discussion pursuant to Government Code Section 3549.1 and discussion pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9 D2 of anticipated litigation, two cases with Board Counsel Vincent C. Ewing, attorney. So at this time, we will recess to close session, and we do expect to be back at 5:30 for open session. It is 4:33, Madam Secretary.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. My name is Vivian Malaulu, and I am the president of the Long Beach Community College District Board of Trustees. Today is Wednesday, August 26th. The time is 5:36 p.m. And we are reconvening the regularly scheduled board meeting after our closed session. And at this time, I would like to ask Trustee Jenny Baxter if she would lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. And the reason why I've asked Dr. Baxter is because of her history and experience with women's history in the courses that she taught. And today is a very significant day. So feel free to take any liberty you wish as you lead us in the flag salute.
Okay, thank you. If you will stand if you are able. And Vivian is right. Today is the day 100 years ago at which the 19th Amendment was ratified and put into, it was ratified, it was approved, it was ratified last week. And so with that in mind, the 19th Amendment gave 10 million women the right to vote. And so in honor of that, ready begin with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic
for which it
stands,
One
one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Baxter. And that was an exceptional history lesson on the fly without any preparation because I asked you maybe 10 minutes ago. So that was pretty good. That was a test. I don't know if you know that. I was testing to see if you really knew what you were talking about.
Well, in my report, you'll find out I've given the speech 5 times. So
Okay, so
all up here.
thank you. Madam Secretary, item 2.3, please, roll call.
Virginia Baxter,
Here.
Vivian Malauulu,
Here.
Uduak Joe Ntuk,
Here.
Doug Otto,
Here.
Sunny Zia. Sunny Zia,
Here, sorry,
Oh,
to
sorry.
on mute.
Student Trustee Jimenez.
Here.
Thank you very much. And before I continue on the agenda, I neglected to disclose some information to you. First of all, once again, I just want to welcome you all to our regularly scheduled board meeting and to remind everyone that Governor Gavin Newsom did soften the restrictions on the Brown Act for public meetings. So we are able to meet remotely until the public health crisis subsides. And having said that, we did just have a closed session meeting where we heard 2 items. We discussed item 1.4, item 1.5. There is nothing to report on either item, and there will be no second closed session. Moving to item 2.5. Madam Secretary, I understand that we have a robust list of public comments on agenda items. Is that correct?
Yes, we do. And Mr. Jeff Wood will be reading out those comments.
Thank you. Welcome, Jeff.
Thank you, President Malauulu. The first item is a written comment from Dwayne Schaefer on item 5.2. As a proud LBCC faculty member who currently serves on the California Teachers Association Board of Directors representing community colleges, I strongly encourage the board to endorse Prop 15 as it will provide $9 million to the college's general fund. The current coronavirus has strapped the city, county, state of resources to support the operations of this college and others. By helping pass Prop 15, we'll provide the much needed resources that will assist our students to continue to reach their goals with the support of faculty, staff, and administrators. Again, I encourage you to pass the resolution in support of Prop 15. The next item is a written comment from Dwayne Schaefer on item 5.3. As a proud LBCCD faculty member who is currently serving as an elected member of the California Teachers Association Board of Directors representing community colleges, I strongly encourage the LBCCD Board of Trustees to pass the resolution supporting the passage of Prop 16. This is a long overdue proposition, as many of the students of color are not getting an equitable opportunity for admissions to many of the four-year public higher education institutions in the great state of California. Prop 16 will turn back the atrocities of Prop 209. The recent current events standing up against the systemic racism in this country must be dismantled so all people will have access to higher education and other opportunities. Again, I strongly encourage the LBCCD BOT to endorsing the resolution and support passage of Prop 16. I approve this message. The next item is a written comment from Norma Rodriguez on item 5.2. Hello, board members. My name is Norma Rodriguez. I'm the organizing director for Californians for Justice here in Long Beach. We are an education nonprofit focused on racial justice and education equity. We work with high school youth of color across the state and locally. This comment is in support of item 5.2. We are writing to support the resolution in support of Proposition 15. The passage of Prop 15 will be the biggest win towards equity in the state in the past 40 years. Proposition 15 is a key opportunity to create a much needed revenue stream for our schools and community programs. Securing this funding is an essential part of addressing the historic defunding and neglect for public schools and communities of color in our state. When passed, Proposition 15 will bring an estimated $12 billion annually. The Long Beach Community College District will get over $9 million from Prop 15. These funds can help cushion against the budget cuts we know are coming as a result of the economic downturn created by COVID-19. Because we know that when funds run low, our schools and our public programs like shelters, transportation, libraries, and road maintenance are some of the first ones cut. Join us in funding our schools and communities and voting to support yes on Prop 15. The next item is a written comment from Tonya Reyes-Uranga on items 5.2 and 5.3. Dear LBCC trustees, I am the mother of 3 children and a grandmother to a beautiful boy. In the past decade, I have seen the loss of opportunity and the loss of educational resources in our institutions and in this city. As a school district and community college districts become increasingly Black and brown and poor, resources have dwindled and our children are struggling. I hope that you will vote to support Proposition 15 because it does put our schools and communities first. We need the support now more than ever because we are serving more and more families that are in dire need of additional support. In addition, I hope that you overwhelmingly support Proposition 16 and repeal the hateful Prop 209 that has provided cover for discrimination and bias. Let's increase opportunities for our students and their parents and make it easier for all of us to work towards the elimination of poverty in our communities by providing affirmative actions that acknowledge the inequities in the state. Thank you in advance for doing the right thing. The next item is a voice message from Dr. Felton Williams on item 5.3.
Hello, my name is Dr. Felton Williams, and I reside at 2126 Daisy Avenue, Long Beach, California, zip code 90806. I am calling in reference to agenda item 5.3, resolution in support of Assembly Constitutional Amendment 5. The law to ban affirmative action in hiring, promotion, and equal access was passed during my tenure as president of the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, Southern Area Conference, which includes adult, college, and youth branches from Lompoc to El Centro, California, and as chair of Region 1 NAACP, inclusive of the 9 Western states. The law was a devastating blow to the African American and communities of color, and we fought tenaciously to defeat it. The minor footing that had been gained in public and private sector accommodations as a result of affirmative action were quickly diminished with the passage of Prop 209. During recent times, the nation has been able to witness the devastating impact to minority communities in healthcare disparities, employment, contracting, and other sectors. Affirmative action represented an attempt to provide some form of social and economic justice, and that need is more apparent today than ever. I urge your support of ACA 5. Thank you.
The next item is a written comment from Nada Tishnet on item 5.2. My name is Nada Tishnet with the Long Beach Area Peace Network. I am a retired teacher, worker, small business owner, etc., and I live and/or work in Long Beach. I urge the Long Beach CCD trustees to support Prop 15, Schools and Communities First. I support Prop 15 because not only will it require large businesses such as Disneyland, which depends on the products of our schools to pay their fair share for education, but it will also ensure funding to schools, including community colleges, at a rate that are desperately needed. California schools used to be the best in the country. They are now in the bottom third on almost every measure. Our young people deserve better. Prop 15 is estimated to bring $9.27 million to LBCCD every year to fund critical education needs like training programs, supports for students, and opportunities for internships. Prop 15 also supports our businesses, small businesses, by providing a tax break of up to $500,000 in business personal property tax. This is critical for our small businesses to grow and thrive, especially post-COVID-19. Prop 15 is critical to California's future, and I urge the board to support Prop 15. The next item is also from Nada Tishnet on item 5.3. My name is Nada Tishnet, and I am a retired educational researcher who has lived in Long Beach for over 30 years. My comment is in support of Prop 16. Long Beach City College is a beacon of opportunity for everyone in our city and beyond. Currently, efforts to ensure that opportunity is available to everyone are hampered by the existence of Proposition 209. Prop 209 inhibits from engaging in practices that promote equal opportunity in contracting, hiring, and in education in city, county, public university system, community college district, school district, special district, or other government agencies. We are one of only 8 states with such restrictions. In this time of examining the structural and systemic causes of racism, it is appropriate to move from restrictions on equal opportunity to embracing fully paths to overcoming the racial divide. Proposition 16 is a good step towards our goal of ensuring equal opportunity for all. I urge adoption of this resolution. The next 2 items are voice messages from Marilee Jones Cofield on items 5.2 and item 5.3.
Hi, this is Marilee Jones Cofield, and I'm calling in regards to agenda item 5.2 regarding Proposition 15. I am calling to let you know that I oppose Proposition 15. Vote no on Proposition 15 because it singles out property owners. The cost of a property, the maintenance of a property, insurance on property, all these costs are already expensive. To add additional taxes would make property ownership unaffordable and in many cases unattainable. In addition to the fires and climate hazards, many property owners are already facing expenses of rebuilding. This is not the right time nor the right tax. Vote no on Proposition 15. Hi, this is Marilee Jones Cofield. I am a retired 75-year-old black female who has worked as a teacher, an administrator, and as a lawyer. I've served on many boards for service organizations. I am a property owner, and as a lawyer in private practice, I had employees, and I also owned a building. The expenses of owning that building were tremendous. Also, I worked numerous cases in employment discrimination, sex discrimination over the years of the practice. I am calling to say vote yes on Proposition 16. I support a yes vote on Proposition 16. This proposition legally reinstates the federal version of affirmative action as to race-based and sex-based preferences. This is generally the law in most all other states. Current racial disparities in health, housing, education, employment, and death rates resulted from the restrictions of 209. Vote yes on Proposition 16. 209 should be repealed. Vote yes on Proposition 16. Thank you.
The next item is a written comment from Naomi Rainey Pearson on item 5.3. Dear Long Beach City College Board of Trustees and Interim Superintendent, attention Luann Bynum, Interim Superintendent President, Board of Trustees Vivian Malauulu, Dr. Jenny Baxter, Uduak Joe Entuck, Douglas Otto, and Sunny Zia. Long Beach Branch NAACP supports and asks the Long Beach City College Board of Trustees to adopt the resolution of support for agenda item 5.3 about the passage of Proposition number 16 on November 3rd, 2020. California-Hawaii State Conference has officially endorsed the support and passage of Proposition 16. Long Beach Branch NAACP strongly believes equality, racial justice, civil rights, and non-discriminatory practices are primary for all institutions of Long Beach to be just. Proposition 16 amends the California Constitution by repealing Section 31 of Article 1 relating to the prohibition against discrimination or preferential treatment, among other provisions. Mr. Ernest McBride Sr., the founder of the Long Beach Branch NAACP, along with African Americans and other civil rights advocates, fought against employment and housing racial discrimination in our city. Central and West Long Beach were redlined areas of our city where Blacks, Latinos, Jews, and immigrants were routinely denied opportunities to buy homes or obtain loans from local banks to finance homeownership. Redlining was a systemic denial of various services by federal government agencies, local governments, as well as the private sector, either directly or through the selective raising of prices. There is a critical need for LBCC to affirm their support to hire more women, invest in businesses owned by Latinos, African Americans, Native Americans,
Bring me a glass of wine.
and Asian Americans, and to expand access and retention in education. This will help to promote an equitable Long Beach and will help to show that LBCC is against racism, sexism, xenophobia, and current policies on the federal level that use race and gender to divide our various communities. Long Beach Branch NAACP and California-Hawaii State Conference joins Long Beach City College in fully supporting Proposition 16, the repeal Proposition 209 Affirmative Action Amendment on the ballot in California on November 3rd, 2020. This action promotes equality and justice for all. The action shows adherence to the NAACP's mission that it is to secure the political, educational, social, and economic equality of rights in order to eliminate race-based discrimination and ensure the health and well-beings of all persons. Sincerely, Naomi Rainey Pearson, President, Long Beach Branch, NAACP, and California-Hawaii State Conference Executive Committee and ACT-SO Program Chair. The next item is a written comment from Spencer Lara on item 5.2. Hello, board members. My name is Spencer Lara, and I'm a student at Long Beach City College and a board member with Californians for Justice. We are an education nonprofit focused on racial justice and education equity. We work with high school youth of color across the state and locally. This comment is in support of item 5.2. We are writing to support the resolution in support of Proposition 15. The passage of Proposition 15 will be the biggest win towards equity in the state in the past 40 years. Proposition 15 is a key opportunity to create a much needed revenue stream for our schools and community programs. Securing this funding is an essential part of addressing historic defunding and neglect for public schools and communities of color in our state. When passed, Proposition 15 will bring in an estimated $12 billion annually. The Long Beach Community College District will get over $9 million from Prop 15. These funds can help cushion against the budget cuts we know are coming as a result of the economic downturn created by COVID-19. Because we know that when funds run low, our schools and our public programs like shelters, transportation, libraries, and road maintenance are some of the first ones cut. As a low-income student attending LBCC, I rely upon programs like the College Promise, EOPS, Viking Advantage, and the free bus pass to be able to attend school, afford the supplies I need, and have counselors to make sure I'm staying on track for transfer. I have already seen cuts in funding for book grants from EOPS due to the growing number of students and a cut in Cal Grant. These programs and grants not only help me to be successful in college, but also help me to have secure housing and afford food. Securing over $9 million from the Prop 15 for LBCC will help ensure that more students like me have the funding they deserve in order to be successful in their pursuit of higher education. Join us in funding our schools and communities and voting to support yes on Prop 15. The next written comment is from James Suazo on item 5.2. Dear LBCCD trustees, my name is James Suazo, and I am an Area 4 resident and the Associate Director with Long Beach Forward, encouraging you to support item 5.2 and endorse Proposition 15. Long Beach Forward is a community-based organization that seeks to create a healthy Long Beach where race and income do not determine one's future. This is why we support numerous community-driven efforts with our partners, including Long Beach Rising and Schools and Communities First. Supporting Prop 15 is a bold and necessary step the board can take to promote equity in public funding and meaningfully reverse the generational divestment from communities that need educational opportunity the most. When passed, Proposition 15 will bring in an estimated $12 billion annually to California community colleges. It is estimated that Prop 15 will deliver $9.27 million to the Long Beach Community College District itself. These funds will help us expand educational equity and opportunities for students and weather the hardships from the COVID-19 pandemic. Long Beach Forward supports item 5.2 and urges you to vote yes to stand with the community. In solidarity, James. The next item is also from James Suazo on item 5.3. Dear LBCCD trustees, my name is James Suazo, and I am an Area 4 resident and the Associate Director with Long Beach Forward, encouraging you to support item 5.3 and endorse Proposition 16. As a community-based organization, Long Beach Forward believes in giving everyone, Black, white, Cambodian, Latinx, or Filipino, women or man, an equal opportunity at fair wages, good jobs, and quality schools. The harsh reality is that many people in our communities are currently discriminated against in getting state contracts, employment, pay, and educational opportunities based on who they are or where they come from. That's where Proposition 16 would change all of this. It's this systemic change that we need to end discrimination as we see and live it today. By uniting with the community to help pass Proposition 16, we can ensure all working people in our state have equal access to the opportunities that will allow us to thrive. Your support will put LBCC on the right side of history in effectively repealing Prop 209 and overturning the final leg of historically exclusionary policies from the 1990s era in California. Together, we can make our system more just and provide better jobs, higher wages, and quality schools for all. Long Beach Forward supports item 5.3 and urges you to vote yes. In solidarity, James. The next item is a written comment from Sharifa Batts on items 5.2 and 5.3. A resolution in support of agenda item 5.2, Prop 15. In regards to Prop 15, Schools and Community First, I attended LBCC and both of my daughters attended LBCC. One is a current student. Both of my daughters are products of the LBUSD system and graduated from LB Poly. I have two granddaughters that are young and will also be students of the LBUSD system. So I have a vested interest in this proposition and improving the school. Revenue is needed and reforming the commercial property tax system is a great place to start. I support this agenda item. Resolution in support of agenda item 5.3, Prop 16. The law to ban affirmative action was a catastrophic blow to African Americans and communities of color. As I grew up, I capitalized and witnessed the gains that had been made with affirmative action as I attended LBCC and SDSU, and later saw the accomplishments quickly diminish when Proposition 209 passed. With the systemic racism, affirmative action was necessary to level the playing field for minorities and women to minimize the hermeneutical injustice occurring in the minority communities and in the workplace. Thank you, Sharifa Batts. The next item is a written comment from Lauren Macy, item 5.2. Dear Long Beach Community College District members, the agenda numbered 5.2 concerning Proposition 15 is extremely important to Long Beach Community College District, as well as our communities across the state of California. If Proposition 15 is passed in the November election, the Long Beach Community College District is expected to gain over $9 million in funds to go towards our students and staff. Right now, we are facing unprecedented times in the wake of the COVID-19 pandemic, and the additional funding gained through Proposition 15 will ensure that the students and staff are able to get back to school safely and with the resources necessary to thrive in the uncertainty of the pandemic. Rebuilding our communities and restoring the economy impacted by COVID-19 can only benefit from well-funded communities and education. Please consider this today, among other benefits, when making your decisions on whether or not you will be supporting Proposition 15. Thank you for your time and have a wonderful evening. Sincerely, Lauren Macy, California State University Long Beach graduate and former community college student. The next item is a written comment from Haiti Herring on item 5.2. I would like to address your agenda item to repeal Proposition 209, which is Section 31 of Article 1 of the California Constitution. This law was put into effect to ban affirmative action in the state of California. I am in total agreement with Proposition 16 to repeal it. Once we repeal this part of California's Constitution, we will be following the same rules as our federal government. This was a big change that hurt Black Americans in California really bad. When we look back, that was a systemic racist law put into place to severely hurt Black Americans, women, and other minorities. 2020 has revealed a lot of discriminatory practices that have been in place through the years. Proposition 209 took away the law that was providing some assistance to create some fairness for everybody with education, housing, employment, promotions, and much, much more. Long Beach Community College must show support by stepping up to the plate and giving direction for others to follow, especially when you are a major source of education and training for so many Blacks, women, and other minorities. My name is Hattie Herring, and I'm making an appeal for Long Beach Community College to vote yes on Proposition 16. Change takes action. Hattie Herring. Madam President, that concludes the written public comment.
Sorry, I was on mute. Thank you very much, Jeff Wood, and also the staff for coordinating. I'm really grateful that we have an opportunity now to provide access to the public to leave voicemail messages. I think that's fantastic. And thank you to the IT team for regular updates, letting us know how many we had. And I don't think this is said enough. Thank you to the members of the public who take the time to reach out to us to offer public comments. It says a lot about the convictions that you have regarding some of the agenda items, whether you support them or not. the fact that you're taking the time to participate in this great civic opportunity says a lot. So thank you very much. Moving on the agenda, we're going to item 2.6, which is the approval of minutes of the July 22nd, 2020 regular Board of Trustee meetings. I'll take a
So
motion.
move.
Second, trustee Untuck.
All right, we've got a motion by trustee Baxter, a second by trustee Untuck. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Roll call, please.
I apologize. You're right, Madam Secretary. That is one of the stipulations of the softening of the Brown Act that we can no longer do at large voting. We have to have roll call voting. So I apologize for that.
Board President Malauulu, after I call roll, I need to make a comment about the public comments, possible correction. Virginia Baxter,
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu,
Aye.
Uduak-Joe Ntuk,
Aye.
Doug Otto,
Aye.
and Sunny Zia,
Aye.
and student trustee Jimenez.
That's okay. Aye. Thank you.
Thank you. Board President Malauulu, it appears that the speaker, Hattie Herring, on the list, it said regarding 5.2, but she was really addressing 5.3
Okay.
for the affirmative action. So I want to make that clarification.
All right. Thank you very much for that. And the motion carries.
Yes.
We're moving on to item 2.7, which is our ASB president report. And our ASB president, Cesar Arison, is going to make an introduction today, I understand.
Yes, I am. And before I get started with my report, I would first like to introduce you folks to my beloved LAC Vice President, Norm Basugli. I will let him take the floor for now. Norm, please tell us a little about you and, goals and things that you would like to accomplish for everybody to hear here.
You're on mute, Norm.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam President. I'd like to thank the board members, interim superintendent and President Bynum and other administrators that are present. Thank you for the opportunity to be able to introduce myself. My name is Norman Barsugli. I am currently the Associated Student Body Vice President for the LAC campus. I've been actually with ASB since last semester. I've been a student at Long Beach City College since fall of 2017. During my time there, it has been a wonderful experience. I've had nothing but great moments and times with the college. One of the reasons why I joined student government was actually when I went in passing and attended my first board meeting that was in, I think, October of 2019 with you guys. And I actually stepped inside and saw, and I said, hey, this is great. I got to see our former president and also the trustee at the time talking, and saw a great opportunity to be a voice and a representation for the student body. I've been part of organizations on campus such as AGS, which is the State Honor Society, and PTK, the national one. And being part of the Associate Student Body and working for Student Life has been an enriching experience here. And all I could say is I appreciate the work that you guys do as a board and also the administration. I know there are challenges, but you guys meet them every time and do a wonderful job representing the college. And I like being an integral part of it, being able to represent the students. I consider both an honor and a privilege to do so. So I want to thank you guys for this opportunity and being introduced, and thank you for all the work that you guys do. Really appreciate it. Thank you, Cesar.
Thank you so much, Norm. So that is our LAC Vice President of our school. And so now my time to share my report with all of you. Good news is that we actually had our very first Associate Student Body meeting today and our very first Finance Committee meeting today. It went wonderful. We did get numbers, and we are getting a lot of students who are really interested in joining the Associate Student Body. So far, we have 7 students who are being appointed, and we're eventually going to vote for them into office on Monday. Another thing that I wanted to let you folks know is that I'm really doing my best to actually make sure students are aware of what's going on. I know for the whole year, I'm actually going to work with Mike Munoz and Kathy Scott. I know they really are ambitious to help our students here at Long Beach City College. And just as I'm passionate about seeing our students succeeding here at Long Beach City College. One of the ways I'm actually trying to make sure students are aware of what's going on is transparency. And for sure, one of my goals as associate student body is to add the associate student body into the syllabi of faculty members and towards professors so they are aware of what's going on, and eventually hoping to add district committees in there. So if students are actually interested in joining a district committee, we can actually see more students, taking a part in the community. So those are one of my goals, of course, that I'm trying to achieve with Long Beach City College. Like I said earlier, I really enjoy Long Beach City College. I want to make sure I do my part as the president to make sure we all succeed as a community. So making sure our students, when they come to Long Beach City College, that they actually are proud to say they're a Viking here. And hopefully by the end of my presidency, we're able to make such a big difference that I see like numbers skyrocket when they join the associate student body. That is the end of my report, and hopefully I get to see you folks again. Thank you.
Thank you, Cesar. And I look forward to your reports in the coming months, because I know that things are difficult with everyone being remote. But I understand that the student cabinet has some big plans for activities in which you can engage the student body remotely. So I'm really looking forward to that. No pressure at all.
I appreciate it, Honolulu. And I want to mention earlier, I appreciate the support from the Board of Trustees. You folks actually do a lot of work, and I just want to give my gratitude to you and everybody else.
All right, thank you. Moving on to item 2.9 on the agenda. 2.8, our student trustee report. Jenna, are you there? There you are.
I am. Hi, everyone. Thank you so much. Again, I'm so happy to be on a team with Cesar and Norm. They are two of my favorite people at LBC because they are so driven. Something in my report, I did the student trustee workshop on August 6th and 7th. That was a Thursday and a Friday. I learned an abundance of information. Well, some of it I already did know because I did have the position already of the student trustee last year. So I was kind of reviewing a lot of information, but we did go over student success, finances for the fiscal year, and how to handle fiscal responsibilities, roles of the student trustee, their rights, responsibilities, things like that, the benefits of a governance system. What I really liked, was the breakdown of the legislative process, just because, it's something that we learn in education, but I really like seeing it from the lens of how a student trustee can be involved in the legislative process. And something that I really took away from that was that since policymakers make decisions directly impacting students and colleges, they advise us to make relationships with legislators by inviting them to campus, going to their town halls, participating in town hall sessions, and asking them questions. And I really thought that was important because it helps us, work from the top down. So using Zoom is a very effective way of, talking to policymakers in Sacramento. They gave us a few committees, which I found were super important to get involved with as student leaders or just leaders in general, which are the Assembly Higher Education Committee, the Senate Education Committee, the Senate Assembly Appropriations Committee. So those are things that, as leaders of the school, of the college, that we should definitely keep our ears open for, just so that we can be involved at a higher level. So I really love that. I also, a big takeaway for me was learning about leadership. I always love seminars or just conferences on leadership and how to be a better leader and, influence individuals in the best way possible. And one of the things that kind of opened my eyes was the fact that they had us define leaders, and we all kind of went into a breakout room defining leaders. And as we came back together, we found that everyone defines a leader in a different way. So in defining a leader in a different way, we have to understand that people have different ideas of what a leader is. And so that's the idea of coming together to respect the different ideas and opinions that comes to the table. And it holds the core of why diverse collaboration is valuable and why why we should value differences in a sense. So yeah, we can lead more effectively when we have a wider perspective and when we value different opinions. So speaking on perspective, my goal this year is to get the student perspective more effectively than before, so that the board, the staff, and the faculty can be well informed on student needs and values. So be open ears for that. I'll let you know in the future when I get that ready to go. I have some ideas, but yeah, that is my report. Thank you so much for your time. I really appreciate you all, and look forward to this next year. It's so different for us, but we're pretty resilient. So thank you again.
Yes, we are. That's why we're Vikings. Thank you very much, Jenna. Moving on to item 2.9, the LBCC-FA Bargaining President Report. I see that we have Diana in the Zoom.
Yes. Hello. Good evening, everybody. Monday will be the start of the new semester, and the faculty are busy making last-minute PowerPoints. We're watching Michael Robertson, who is a faculty member here, watch his video one last time to truly understand how to engage students in a discussion group. And we're sending out emails one last time to remind our students what is synchronous and asynchronous class meetings. There is truly a different feeling for the start of this semester versus the semesters of my last 40 years here at the college. It's a much more somber time. It's a much more serious time. And honestly, with another Black man shot in America, it's a much more heartbreaking time. So tonight, I'd like to thank the faculty one more time for spending their summer training and learning and preparing to provide our students with the best experience and opportunity to continue moving forward in their education. I'd like to thank all of you for the support that you've given all of the faculty in this endeavor. And last, I'd like to say welcome to our students, and please know that the faculty really want to help, and we will do all that we can to assist you to be successful here at Long Beach City College and survive in this sometimes complicated world. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Diana, and appreciate your virtual background there on this very special day in history.
Thank you.
Section 2.10, our AFT Bargaining President Report. I see Robert there. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam President and esteemed board members. It's so good to see you all again. Classified is, well, all I can really say is we've done everything we can to get ready for this semester, and we feel it's going to be a great start next week. Everything that we've tried to do to protect our students that are going to be on campus, and all the hard work faculty's done getting ready for the students to come virtually, and all the support staff that's tried to get those things working into line. I know it's going to be a busy week next week, and everyone's going to be working really hard to make our students successful this semester. And I want to thank everyone in advance for all the hard work that's going to be going on. And Caesar and his whole cabinet, we really appreciate all the support that they've shown us so far. I think it's going to be an amazing semester, one to write down the road in the books as one of the most amazing times we have on these times and the conditions that we're settled with. I want to thank you all for all the hard work, along with the classified staff for all the time they put in to make it a great start for a semester. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Robert. For item 2.11, our certificated hourly instructors report, Curtis submitted his written report, and Jeff Wood will be reading that report on his behalf.
This is the CHI report to the Long Beach Community College District Board of Trustees submitted by Curtis Williams, CHI President. We want to recognize all the hard work the CHI faculty have demonstrated this summer in getting prepared to teach using the new teaching technologies, specifically Zoom and Canvas. Special recognition needs to go out to the entire online learning and educational technology team to quickly certify that the faculty were ready to have the minimum level of competence to teach online. We look forward to a great semester of teaching that will fundamentally impact the lives of all of our students. We praise the commitment of the campus community to create an inclusive environment that eliminates barriers of all kinds to our students, faculty, and staff. That's the end of the report, President Malauulu.
Thank you very much, Jeff, and thank you, Curtis, for submitting your report. We're moving on to item 2.12. Are there any requests to reorder the agenda by my colleagues on the board? All right, hearing none, we're going to go to section 3 on the agenda, which is the Superintendent President Report. Luann Bynum, take it away.
Thank you, President Malauulu, and good evening to the trustees and everybody that's joined us at the meeting. It's hard to believe that in 28 days, the first day of fall will be here. That's probably a surprise for everyone, seeing as how we're baking in the sun, but it says something about how quickly our time is going. We have one retirement tonight. It's always bittersweet to say farewell to a coworker, especially one that started a career at Long Beach City College 39 years ago. Tonight, I want to recognize Douglas B. Daniels, who's been a science lab equipment technician all of these years. He began working at the college in the physical science department in 1980. In addition to supporting the lab instructors and students, he took the initiative himself to maintain the computers for the D building. A lot of his colleagues said that he came with the D building, and they'll always connect him with that building. He was a key person in the integration of personal computers to support instruction and students. And thinking back in that time, that had to be very difficult for everybody to make that transition. And Doug was very important to help people out in that regard. He has been our resident expert in everything from the Digitar projection system that supports our planetarium and to the complicated physics lab equipment to fixing printers of every kind, make, and model over the years. Excuse me, just a second here. Doug has always been the go-to person for his initiative and unwavering commitment to support students, faculty, and staff. And overall, he is a very kind and consummate professional in a class of his own and will leave a lasting impression to those that had the pleasure of working with him. We congratulate and thank Doug for his 39 years of dedication to the Long Beach Community College District, and we want him to enjoy his retirement. As we say farewell to one employee, we look forward to welcoming him back, if we can call it that way, in 2 days, Friday. We're going to gather virtually to celebrate the end of the summer and start our fall semester with College Day 2020. The theme for this year is Our Time Is Now, Building Pathways to Full Equity and Inclusion. Our College Day Planning Committee has been hard at work to plan and organize this year's virtual event, and we all look forward to having the board attend the event as well. Agenda items include a collage of new employees, remarks from our campus leadership, photos and videos of accomplishments this past year, and the Chancellor's Office Classified Employee of the Year, Aaron Turner. And there's much more to come with that. So I hope everybody can join us at 8:30 Friday mornings as we kick off this new year. And a big congratulations to our own President Vivian Malauulu, who recently won the Association of Community College Trustees 2020 Pacific Regional Trustee Leadership Award. Her award makes her now a nominee for AACC's prestigious M. Dale Inson Trustee Leadership Award. She's one of 5 nominated for this award. The ACCT represents more than 6,500 elected officials and appointed trustees who govern more than 1,100 community colleges across the nation. ACCT annually recognizes trustees and other community college leaders in each of its 5 regions for their contributions. President Malauulu will receive this notable award during the 51st annual ACCT Leadership Congress in the fall. I know everybody joins me in congratulating our own President Malauulu. You make us very proud. Thank you. A couple of follow-up items for the board. The draft of the superintendent search proposal has gone to our contracts area to be formalized and be sent out. The plan is to have this go out early in the fall semester. And then also we did have a security ad hoc committee. President Malauulu and Vice President Intuck met with Vice President Drinkwine and myself to talk about the LVPD contract and security in general. Vice President Intuck will report on that a little later in the agenda. I also want to recognize some folks who have made donations to our students. 2 donations that came in to benefit our students and our campus. We received 1,500 masks from the Port of Long Beach. Thank you for that to the port for use by the college and in particular to our trade programs. We're grateful for them for their donation and partnership with Long Beach City College. Also, the Long Beach City College Foundation awarded $5,000 to assist California Jobs Challenge Program students in purchasing books. These are students that come to us that are staying at the Los Alamitos training facilities. And they come to us and the money will be used for textbooks, supplies, access codes, industry certification, and welding uniforms. We're very thankful to the foundation as always, which will assist these students to continue on their path to being successful in their studies and their career. We all know by now that the fall semester is going to be online and remote, mostly with some essential labs in the health sciences and career and technical education in person. We continue to refine safety protocols for these labs, and I want to thank everyone who has contributed to the customized planning of what we've had to do. It's been an enormous task. That includes everybody from every division, under the leadership with Vice President Drinkwine and the facilities, but everybody has contributed to that, including our faculty members. We're very much excited about having some of our students back, and we want to make sure that they are safe when they return. Diana Ogamachi mentioned earlier the work that the faculty's been doing over the summer in preparation for the fall. One of the things I wanted to let the board know about was the update on the Teach Online Seminar certification training. We're really proud of the effort faculty have made to help our students. LBCC has 1,015 online teaching certified faculty. I'm so proud of the fact that they all have completed that through our Teach Online Seminar. 378 of these were pre-COVID, and 637 are post-COVID, and everybody's up and running with certification and ready to go. I think also a big shout out is due to the Division of Online Learning and Educational Technology. They've done a phenomenal job integrating ed technologies to assist faculty and staff with resources to meet our students where they are. And in this case, literally remote and online. Below are a few technologies I want to mention to you that we've put in place. Cranium Cafe for online counseling and help desk support. NetTutor for online tutoring. Ally for course content accessibility. Labster for online science labs. Proctorio for online academic integrating and assessment. ExamSoft for online assessment used by our nursing department. Vista Higher Learning for languages online. Zoom, of course, we're all experiencing that, online conferencing and teaching. Canvas Studio for video and audio communication tools. And the bookstore application has been integrated into Canvas. This is just a list of some of the things that have occurred and been put in place the last few weeks and few months, and there's more to come. This has not been an easy task, and we should all thank our online learning and ed tech folks for their hard work and everybody that has supported them. I wanted to share some enrollment statistics with you. As of Tuesday, yesterday, our credit FTEs are down 0.3%. Our credit headcount is down 2%. Our credit enrollments are down 1.6%, but our average unit load is up 2.2%. And we've had a huge increase in African-American Black students, as well as Latinx students, particularly from Cabrillo and Jordan, and the outreach we've been doing. All in all, that's not so bad. I meet with the CEOs and talk about their issues, and they're anywhere, usually from 4 to 8% and a few people are flat, and there's very few that are up. So I think everybody's done a good job of outreach. And in speaking of enrollment, I had some great news from our CTE department with respect to that. There was just information that was put out that the Los Angeles County community colleges increased their CTE enrollment by 6.59%. Long Beach City College had the largest increase, 12.18% enrollment. That's credit and non-credit. And LA County adding 5,572 enrollments. I'm so proud of them, and congratulations to Dean Gene Carbonero and his amazing team for all of their efforts. I want to thank the President's Leadership Council. I've been bringing them together a little more often. They're probably a little tired of it, but they came together for a special meeting with our College Day keynote speakers and co-authors of Minding the Obligation Gap in Community Colleges and Beyond. They asked questions, they shared ideas, and they began the dialogue of what we need to think about as a college when we look for new ways to try to better do what we do with our students and make it meaningful for our students, particularly students of color. It was a great opportunity for Dr. Jennifer Taylor Mendoza and Jeremy Wallace to ask questions in preparation for their keynote presentations on College Day. Again, it'll be exciting to hear from them, so I hope everybody will join us for that. On the advocacy side, locally, my office continues to monitor state and federal legislation that impacts Long Beach City College and community colleges. And I've continued my local advocacy meetings with Long Beach City Council members now, including Council Member Stacy Mungo, Council Member Roberto Ironga, and Council Member Mary Zendejas. We had very, very good conversations about issues of concern with them, and they wanted to know what's going on at the college and wanted to share their thoughts about their constituents and what's going on as well. I also met with Mr. Tom Downs, who runs the Community and Technical College Consortium. It's a national consortium to discuss federal legislation, grant opportunities. And hopefully in this budget, we will have some funding for the Maritime Center that we have on campus to make it a center of excellence. And I need to say something about the 2020 census because it's so important to all of us in our communities. We've taken to social media in a campaign and our campus marquees to remind our campus and the community of the importance of completing the 2020 census prior to September 30th. That's the deadline. And our student leaders, I hope you help get that information out too. We need to have our students and their families engage in this. It's quick and easy. I did it. It's online. It takes less than 10 minutes to complete. It's very safe, secure, private, and confidential. The results from that sentence will be used to determine the number of seats each state has in Congress and your political representation at all levels. The response also helps direct billions of dollars in federal funds to local communities for schools, roads, and other public services. So be counted. Go to my2020census.gov and complete the census if you haven't done that, and please share that news. And I want to thank you very much. It's been an exciting almost 6 months now for me. It's such a thrill to be back to Long Beach City College. And I can't help but ask President Malauulu, what is the purple and yellow that you've got on?
Let me unmute. So first of all, thank you for a great report. Appreciate all the hard work that you're doing. I can't believe it's been 6 months since you've been with us.
Yeah.
Really appreciate your leadership and being able to do what you've done. As far as the suffragist colors, so this is the 100th anniversary of the 36 states that were required to ratify the 19th Amendment so that it could become an amendment to the Constitution. And the colors are the American suffragist movement. You will also see some green and white and yellow suffragist sashes, and those are the British colors of the British suffragist movement. So I did a little bit of research. I'm not as well-versed as Trustee Baxter is, but certainly wouldn't don a sash like this without knowing what it's for. And one of the things that I love about Zoom is having the ability to have that virtual background. And I know that I've attended several meetings, with the college, with the community, and even with work, where I'm able to just change up my virtual screen, Juneteenth or 4th of July or the women's suffragist movement. So that's what that's for. And I think that it's particularly important right now with everything that's happening, that we certainly celebrate that right and that freedom to vote. Did I do?
Thank you.
Steve Baxter?
Good. Anybody has any questions? I'm happy to answer.
I think you should host your own Zoom, Trustee Baxter, and just do a special, breakfast meeting or something. I'd be happy to join you.
Okay.
Thank you. All right, we're going to move on the agenda to section 4. Surprisingly, there's no presentation. I don't know how that happened. I remember thinking like maybe, there's some months where we have 2 or 3 presentations. We really need to make a better effort to split them up. So months like now where there isn't one. And section 5 on the agenda, so 5.1, the 2021 board meeting schedule. I'd like to thank Board Secretary Jackie Hahn for the hard work that she's put into this. I know it's not easy trying to coordinate multiple calendars. And Jackie, there you are. I know that it's a lot of work for you to have to coordinate with City Council and the school board and the college board and the trustees and religious holidays and legal holidays. So thank you. There is one change that I just want to point out to you, not really a change, but I just want to call to your attention. On June 23rd, 2021, that is our regularly scheduled board meeting day. We meet on either the 2nd or 4th Wednesday. However, there's going to be a conflict there because the school board will also be meeting that same evening. But rather than move ours to the 5th Wednesday later in the month, we just kept it. So, and then November 17th, 2021 will be the 3rd Wednesday. So we're doing that because of Thanksgiving. So are there any issues? Because if not, I'll entertain a motion and a second to approve this calendar.
President Malauulu, Trustee Ntuk, I'd like to make a motion to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, we've got a motion by Trustee Ntuk and we have a second by Trustee Baxter. Any discussion?
President Malauulu, Trustee Ntuk, I have a question.
Yes.
I see that we, at least for January 2021, we have online Zoom meeting for COVID. And we're going back to our, looks like in-person meetings at LACCD. What are we going to do if we're not able to go back because of COVID? Do we need to readjust this meeting schedule, or and I'm not sure, the governor's executive order does not have a deadline. It just says until the pandemic is over. And I'm not sure if the pandemic will be over by January, February. I guess we'll have to make a decision before February 2021. But what is our plans about the pandemic? Sorry, and let's
So we have discussed that, Madam Secretary.
Yeah, Trustee Ntuk, the reason why it's listed this way is because as far as we knew right now, we were going to be closed under COVID through the winter session. So this is just the meeting dates are what's important and are required. And just as when COVID started, we didn't have that on our calendar and we just switched over to Zoom as soon as we know that we have those orders and we're in compliance. So there's no problem with that. But we did know that January was during the winter session, so that's why it was already set up that way. I could have put to be determined on all the meetings, but I didn't think that would look appropriate.
I also think there's a little bit of wishful thinking in that too, and that we hope that we could get back to the room.
And that's the normal location, so we can change that up. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, I think that answers it, and I'm hopeful that we can sooner than later get back in person for our meetings and understand the challenges of the pandemic, but just want to make sure we weren't, right, considering the possibility. So thanks for that.
You're welcome. Okay.
Me too, although Zoom is definitely growing on me, so.
Me too.
There's a lot of benefit to me, waist up, dressing up and wearing shorts. So just saying. All right.
Okay.
So we're going to
take the vote.
Motion and a second. So we'll take a roll call vote, please.
Virginia Baxter.
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu.
Aye.
Uduak Joe Intuck.
Aye.
Doug Otto.
Aye.
And Sunny Zia.
Aye.
And Student Trustee Jimenez.
Aye.
I'm backsliding there.
All right, motion carries. Okay, item 5.2 on the agenda. This is an item that was introduced by Trustee Zia. It is a resolution in support of California Proposition 15, California Schools and Local Communities Funding Act of 2020. I'll entertain a motion and a second, and then Trustee Zia, if you could please lead us in the discussion there.
Trustee Intuck to make a motion to approve.
Second.
I heard Trustee Untuck make a motion, but I didn't hear the second.
That was me, Trustee Zia.
Trustee Zia with the second, and Trustee Zia, if you can lead us in the discussion there.
Sure. I just want to thank staff. I think the resolution is pretty substantive. They did a fantastic job. It really lays out the savings and crystallizes that this is on commercial and industrial properties. And I think it's important to note that. And the revenue it generates, the $12 billion and then $9 million directly to our district. I think this is a very apropos time to look for funding that could help our district as a community college district. And I think it's important that it will help the disadvantaged population that we serve and the majority minority district that we are. So I'm really excited about it. I urge my colleagues to vote on it, and I personally endorse this proposition and joined my assemblyman and senator and thank them for their leadership. And I hope tonight we can also pass it collectively and provide our support for the proposition.
President Malauulu?
Trustee Zia. Trustee Untuck?
Yeah, thank you. Again, I'm glad this is on the agenda. I think we had, I counted 8 yes public comments and 1 no public comment on this item. I think it's an incredibly important part of the bold and necessary changes that we need to make in California. This proposition has been frozen in time my entire life. I was born in 1978 when this ballot proposition went into effect. I was not able to vote on Prop 13. I was not able to debate anything to do with that. And it was made, I want to say, 2 generations back. And California is a different place and it's come a long way. I do want to thank Trustee Zia for accepting some of my amendments I submitted for this resolution. I think it came out very strong. I think a diversity of voices get us a better solution. And so I thought the language in here was very good. But this closes a long-standing tax loophole. It's going to be estimated up to $12 billion a year to the state overall. So this is schools and communities first, local government, school districts, community colleges. The Independent Legislative Analyst Office, the LAO, estimate in 6.5 to 11.5 billion. It depends on how the reassessments go. That this is going to be part of our COVID-19 economic recovery. We are in a recession that looks like it's going to go on for a while. Any new revenue we can bring in will help balance our budget, protect our students, make sure that we have the staff and faculty to provide educational services. And it's common sense reform. It has in there protections for senior citizens. So no older folks who are on a fixed income will be impacted. The protections of Prop 13 of the 1% increase in the Constitution will stay for residential residents. There should be no fear mongering that we're going to be putting little old ladies on the street, because that is not how the reform is structured. It is cognizant of that. Also, it's a phase-in. So this is not an immediate change. This is going to be over several years. We're not going to see $9 million next year. It's going to be a common sense change, because this is a big structural change that's going to take time for county assessors' offices, the staff up, the paperwork. But I think it's the smart approach. And just kind of some numbers to run through. Estimated Long Beach City College, $9.2 million in general fund unrestricted money that could come to the college. The city of Long Beach, $33.7 million per year, unrestricted general fund money that can come to our local public services. Long Beach Unified School District could receive up to $49.7 million per year once it's fully implemented. That would help our partners in providing K-12 high quality public education. Totally to part of our service area, not all of it, but part of our service area, up to $93 million a year in new revenue, which would be really transformative to it. And I think it's clear we need to know who is for and who is against this measure. Unfortunately, our Long Beach Chamber of Commerce is against the measure. The Howard Jarvis Conservative Taxpayer Association is against this measure. But fortunately, many people we know, such as the Liberty Hill Foundation, the California Teachers Association, the Long Beach City College Faculty Association, the Latino Community Foundation, California PTA is in support of this, Policy Link, AFT, TALB, MALDEF, SEIU State Council California, SHRLA, ACLU, the League of Women Voters, and the League of Community College Association that we are a member of are all in support of this. So just want to say thank you for everyone's efforts. This was a collaborative process. This is really about shifting resources to serve the community and our students of today and in the near future. And I ask everyone to vote yes on this measure.
Trustee Ntuk, I also would like to add that Los Angeles County has also supported this. So you could include them in the list of those who have pledged support of this resolution.
Yeah, that's a great point. So did the group, I think they're called UTLA. I think they're supporting as well. I think you know.
Okay. Trustee Baxter, I saw your hand.
Yes, thank you, President Malauulu. I'm going to vote no on this. And the reason I'm voting no is I'm obviously not against education, but I am concerned about the business community of this state, that if we raise taxes on property that are owned by businesses, and I know there's all kinds of restrictions, that we're going to have businesses leaving the state of California. They're already leaving the state of California. And I realize Edison can't leave, Verizon probably can't leave, Disneyland can't leave. But there are plenty of other businesses who will choose to leave the state. And so consequently, even though all these wonderful ideas are coming up, that we're going to get $9 million, first of all, as Trustee Ntuk said, we're not getting $9 million next year. Maybe we'll get it the next year. So it really isn't in response to COVID, because hopefully COVID will be over. But when it's over, will businesses choose to leave the state? So I just want you to know that I'm voting no.
Thank you, Trustee Baxter. Any additional discussion on this item? All right, we have a motion and a second. Madam Secretary, if you could please do a roll call vote, beginning with the student trustee Jenna.
Student trustee Jimenez.
Aye.
Virginia Baxter.
Nay.
Vivian Malauulu.
Aye.
Uduak-Joe Ntuk.
Yes.
Doug Otto.
Aye.
And Sunny Zia.
Yay.
I'm sorry, did you say nay?
I said yay. Aye.
Yay? Aye, thank you. I want to make sure I got that.
Went Latin on you.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Okay, motion carries. Thank you, everyone. We're going to move on to item 5.3 on the agenda, which is another resolution. And by the way, for the benefit of the public, I'd like to encourage everyone to please visit Board Docs and please click on the attachments and please click on the resolutions that we've adopted. The staff has done a great job of not just these two resolutions, but all the other resolutions of really incorporating the consensual, the feeling that we all, it's a consensus that we all feel. And they've done a great job of capturing that on the resolution. So if you would take a moment to visit our Board Docs, that would be great. Item 5.3 on the agenda is a resolution in support of Proposition 16 to repeal Proposition 209 and reinstate affirmative action in public contracting, hiring, and public education. This is a resolution brought forth by Trustee Untuck. I'll entertain a motion and a second. And Trustee Untuck, if you could lead discussion.
So moved.
Second.
I've got a motion by Trustee Untuck, second by Trustee Otto. And Trustee Untuck, if you could guide us in the discussion, please.
Yeah, thank you, President Malauulu. This is almost a second reading. We did adopt this back in June when we started the discussion about the framework for reconciliation that the board adopted. Mm-hmm. We also at that time adopted what was then called ACA 5. It has now been passed by the state legislature by a 2/3 vote to be put forward to a vote of the people of California for a constitutional amendment. It is now called Proposition 16. And, you know, this is one of those things that we talk about generations and impact. You know, when I was in high school in 1996, this proposition passed. It was, I think, a very shameful history in California that Prop 209 passed and was used as a tool to undermine the advancement of people of color and African American, Latinos, Native Americans, Asian Pacific Islanders, even some of our immigrant communities. Prop 209 was a step backwards. I know for many people, that was the lightning rod that inspired them to get involved into civic engagement, into government, or to run for office. There was marches back then, there was protests, and it was because it was wrong. But the California of 1996, when Pete Wilson was governor, that is a relic of the past. We talk about systemic change. We talk about Black Lives Matter. This board took a position saying the Black Lives Matter, and that when we talk about Black Lives Matter, these type of systemic change will help alleviate the historical injustices. So this is about public contracting. This is about hiring. This is about public education. The questions that were raised by some of the public commenters: why don't we have a Black or Latino outreach program to recruit teachers? Because of Prop 209, it is illegal currently. We cannot do that. We cannot spend taxpayer money doing that. Do we know that would help and work? Yes. Would it make our college better? Yes. But we are handcuffed by decisions of the past in Prop 209. About contracting, should we have an explicit program to help women and minority-owned businesses, WEBE-MEBE designations in the federal government? We can do a little bit. We can do it lightweight, but we can't do a real program because of Prop 209. When you look at admissions to the CSU and UCs, there's been a tremendous negative impact on African-American and Latino enrollment because of Prop 209. This is an opportunity to remove that. When we think about our transfer rates and partner institutions and our articulation agreements, we can do things with private universities like USC or Mount St. Mary's or Stanford that we can't do with our public institutions like Long Beach State or Dominguez Hills or UCLA or UC Merced or UC San Diego. This will change that dynamic fundamentally. And so I did introduce this item. I did help draft the resolution. I did write up the text here that's in the description of it. One of the things that to understand that this is a constitutional reform. This will help our student body. This will help our community. This will make our faculty and staff stronger. This is not a net zero game. This is not taking away from anyone. This is not any reason to be fearful. When we talk about a rising tide lifts all boats, it's about growing the pie, making sure that people have access and opportunity. And this is a systemic reform that will allow us to do more for the community we serve today. Long Beach is a majority people of color community. Our students are over 80, almost 85% students of color, but we have this historic injustice that limits our ability to serve our population. And if you see in the proposition here, or in the description of the proposition, this is about advancing our goals as a board, as an institution, being inclusive, and it also is aligned with the federal Constitution Equal Protection Clause. So should be no concerns about constitutional issues or violations. There should be no concern that, Caucasian or white Americans would not have something or would be dispossessed of their jobs or their access to college or contracting. That is all not true. That is not the case. People will still continue to have access no matter their background, but now more people will have more access if we can pass this. And this is a fundamental change to bring about racial justice and equity to our community and to our college. And I ask my colleagues to vote yes.
Thank you, Trustee Ntuk. Trustee Baxter?
Yeah, I just want to say, unlike the other proposition, I am totally in favor of this. And I'm in favor because, just as Trustee Ntuk said, this is a different time. 20 years ago, 30 years ago, whenever Pete Wilson was governor, we were a different state. To me, this is essential that we sign this proclamation. And probably one of the big decisive factors was when I investigated the enrollment at the University of California. At the University of California, there are only 3% African-American students enrolled, only 11% Hispanics. And if we can change that situation, I think it will be best for the entire state. And part of the reason the enrollment is so low is because they're taking international students. So this would not take away from anybody living in California, I don't think. But I'm totally in favor of this. I think it's the right thing to do. It's the just thing to do.
Thank you, Trustee Baxter. Anybody else? Trustee Otto?
Can I ask a question, and maybe it's to Trustee Ntuk? Do you know what the polling is on this at this point? I knew it a month ago, but it was pretty close, and I wondered if you were on top of those numbers. Joe?
Trustee Ntuk, you're on mute.
Oh, sorry. I not sure on polling. I'm looking here. I'm trying to Google midterm here. I don't know. I could follow up and see, but I still think it's the right thing to do no matter what the polls say, but I don't know what they are.
Yeah, I'm not asking that question to decide how to vote. But I think that it's important to support this because it may be problematic. And what I mean by that is what I had seen, and boy, it's been a couple of months now, but that it was pretty close, and that it's important, therefore, that it gets the support that it's getting throughout the state. And the question is whether that's enough support. So we'll see. I have a twinge of ambivalence, but just a twinge, and I support this. Okay.
President Malauulu.
Trustee Zia?
Yeah, I don't have any hint or any kind of reluctance or ambivalence to this resolution. I think it's the right thing to do. It's important for us to take a stance regardless of the outcome. And it's important that we write the past and just make sure that we really practice what we preach on equity. And this is emblematic of it. This is an example of how we can exercise that. And I full-heartedly support this resolution and thank all those who were involved in preparation and bringing this forward.
Thank you. Anybody else? Okay, so we have a motion and a second. And I actually didn't lend any comments to Proposition 15, but I voted in favor of it and I do support it. And the same with Proposition 16. I would just like to echo what Trustee Baxter said regarding both, where she said that it's just a different state. And I understand that there's a fiscal impact to especially Proposition 15. But I think it's important to understand that we're going to pay for it either way. We're going to pay for it no matter what. And I'd rather have the opportunity to pay for something that we do get a return on our investment in terms of student service and student success and student equity than the opposite of that. So those are my thoughts. And with that, Madam Secretary, if you can please do a roll call vote.
Student Trustee Jimenez.
Aye. Thank you very much, everyone.
Virginia Baxter.
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu.
Aye.
Uduak-Joe Ntuk.
Aye.
Doug Otto.
Aye.
And Sunny Zia.
Aye.
All right, motion carries. Thank you, everyone. We are moving on to item section 6 on the agenda, which is the consent calendar. Would any of my colleagues on the board care to pull any item from the consent calendar?
I would.
Chair Malauulu, I'd like to pull item 6.8.
Okay, Trustee Zia, 6.8.
Trustee Baxter, 6.3.
And I'd like,
Okay, hold on one second. Trustee Baxter, you said 6.3?
Correct.
Okay, and was that Trustee Otto?
Doug, you're frozen.
Trustee Otto, your computer froze on us. I thought I heard him. I don't know if anybody else did. We apologize to anyone tuning in. We're at the mercy of technology.
sorry.
6.3.
I pulled
Can you hear
6.3 and 6.8 so far. Is that correct?
Right. And this is Doug Otto. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, good. So I'm also interested in pulling 6.3, but only CN 22080.8. I have no problem with CN 22081.1, which is a separate matter under the same number.
That's okay. The whole item has been pulled per Dr. Baxter, right?
Yeah.
So
Yeah. Do we take separate votes on them?
you will after you approve the remaining consent items, please.
Is there anything else that needs to be pulled from the agenda?
Gotcha.
I'm having trouble hearing. I hear someone speaking.
Yeah, he was just
President
confirming.
Malauulu, yeah, I think it was Trustee Otto confirming. that
Okay.
it's
He was
frozen
confirming,
again.
yeah.
All right, so we've got pulling of items 6.3 and 6.8. And I need a motion and a second to approve the remaining items with the exception of those two.
So moved.
Okay, that was Trustee Zia with the motion, Trustee Baxter with the second. And any discussion on approving the remaining items on consent? All right, Madam Secretary, can you please take roll?
Student Trustee Jimenez.
All right. Aye.
Virginia Baxter.
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu.
Aye.
Uduak-Joe Ntuk.
Aye.
Doug Otto.
Aye.
Sunny Zia.
Aye.
Thank you.
All right, motion carries. So now we're going to go to item 6.3, and this was Trustee Baxter and Trustee Otto as well. The bond contract. Trustee Baxter?
Yes, I think Trustee Otto and I have the same questions on CN 22080.8. And here are my questions. We are voting for 4.9 million, say 5 million, for a consultant to consult us on construction, for construction management for small capital projects. And so my two questions are, number one, what is a small capital project? And what percentage of the bond construction does this include? And that seems like a lot of money for management of small projects.
So if I can say something about that, I know that you have some questions about that. We did previously have someone that assisted our facilities area in the small capital construction projects to work with facilities, but I'll turn it over to Vice President Drinkwine, if you don't mind, to have her just give some more explanation.
Thank you. Yes, this is a replacement for another firm that we had contracted with for several years. Your first question, what is a small capital project? These are bond-funded projects. Occasionally, they are funded from other sources, such as redevelopment money. And these are projects that are not those large projects that are reflected on the 2041 master plan, but rather reflect needed capital projects, largely due to program requirements, but that are still substantial. They are not at the level of a simple maintenance project, but they are the next level up, somewhere between that and then your whole-scale building renovation. For example, the library renovation, which started off as a widening of the library stacks for ADA considerations, and then we realized we really needed to do some renovation. That was a small capital project. Upcoming projects include a replacement of the hood and exhaust system in Building D to better serve those science labs. Other capital projects have been much smaller, including the installation of mirrors or specific light and soundproofing curtains and materials in specific classrooms to support what's happening in that classroom. We try very hard to focus on improvements for buildings that we don't anticipate will have large-scale renovations. We certainly don't want to invest in a project that is then replaced with a whole-scale renovation. These often come through the Facilities Advisory Committee. And the Facilities Advisory Committee does vote and approve on these small capital projects. But this, I'm sorry?
No, but Marlene, are we talking projects between $10,000 and $500,000? I understand it's not buildings. I understand that. But when you say a small project to me, that could be 10,000, 25,000. It could be the parameters.
It could be as small as 25,000, and it could be as large as 2 to 3 million. That the amounts range drastically. What is common amongst them is that they are using bond projects primarily, so they don't represent maintenance because bond funds cannot be used for maintenance. But they can vary. The library was an example of one of the more expensive projects, as is the upcoming Building D project, which we will be going to bid shortly on. There are several that are going on at any given time across the campus. And for that reason, we have contracted with a firm with expertise in facilities to help manage it. With bond funds, we are reluctant to add permanent salaries since at some point we will no longer and we will fully exhaust the bond. So this consultant is responsible for ensuring that we adhere to all code requirements, regulations, our bond requirements. They assist us in job walks. They assist us in bids. We liaison very carefully and directly with this company. It is one that we are very involved with, but as you know, construction can be very complicated.
Marlene, if I may, can you also just explain that this is a 5-year?
No, and I understand that, but that's $1 million a year. That's a lot of money. No, I understood completely that it was for 5. I thought it was for 6 years, actually. But I don't know how to count. 5 years.
Maybe I can, yeah.
Okay, well, maybe Trustee Otto has more. It just seemed like a lot. So that's, let's say it's $1 million a year. And so I wanted to know how many projects are those? I mean, is it projects valuing $1 million, $5 million a year?
We don't always give all these small capital projects to the consultant. If we have the capacity to manage one in-house, we do. The billing to the firm is capped and not to exceed the 4.9, but it is billed on an hourly rate. So if we have a year in which we don't have a lot of these projects, or all the projects are a smaller value, we certainly wouldn't reach that average $1 million per year. If, however, we had a year where we had like the Building D Hood project, I'm using that as an example because that could be $4 million. If we had a lot of those in 1 year, then the company's spending a lot more time to support that project and we could have a higher one. So it's not a guaranteed amount, but rather a not to exceed amount.
Is it like a commission, like a real estate commission, like 6%, 10%, or it's hourly?
Yeah, it's both. We have a percentage and then we have an hourly rate for those services that are not included in the core services.
Okay. So Trustee Otto, I'm finished. Thank you.
So here's my concern, and it starts with your concern, and that's about money. I keep hearing estimates of where we're going to be with this new budget because of all the problems that they're not just the pandemic, people are going. So what we're talking about is spending $5 million on a consulting firm to handle projects as small as $10,000. And maybe up to a couple of $1 million. And so I looked at the background on this, and the background is 2 sentences. It says consultants to provide construction management services for small capital projects at the liberal arts and Pacific Coast campuses. Consultant chosen for this RFP, 12 responses. We interviewed 3. The consultant was chosen for their expertise in competitive pricing. We have facility staff. I realize that our facility staff has in some ways been somewhat decimated. I realize that, I want to save money, but that's not the only thing. I always think that small projects provide opportunities for people in our community to do this kind of work. And I have no information here that any of that has been considered whatsoever, or maybe it can't. I don't know, but it seems to me that when you're talking about spending $5 million, we ought to be able to get answers. I am not saying no, although I know this. Again, this is 220880.8. I know Kitchell Chem. They are a huge company. They are based in Sacramento. They're bigger than Cordova. And yet what we're doing, I get it, they're going to do these at a different rate, but I just want more information. So what I'm suggesting is not that we say, forget this. I'm saying, let's put it over a month and get more information about how this is going to do. How does this fit into what's happening with facilities at Long Beach City College? And I don't think, and I've asked some questions about this ahead of the meeting, that this would ruin this contract if we gave it another 30 days, not 2 weeks, but we put it to the either a second meeting in September or the first meeting in October, because I feel uncomfortable that we're going to spend lots and lots of money on a lot of small projects. I get the reason for that, but I'm not so sure that I want to review the way that it worked. I know that it used to be done by GRD. They competed. They didn't get it. To continue it, and I don't know anybody at GRD, but I just would like to take a closer look at it because of the amount of money involved and because of the opportunities lost locally here. So that's why my request is on this one half of the bond 6.3 is to put it over until the not 2 weeks, which is when our next meeting is, and we have the budget, but to really come back with some more information, and I'm happy to dig into it, especially since I don't think that it's fatal to this, and there's no real timing issue. That's all.
President Malulu?
Yes.
President Malulu, is Trustee Ntuk. Can I go next?
Yes, go ahead.
No, I really want to thank Trustee Baxter for pulling this item and bringing it to our attention and listening to the discussion and description as we've been talking, I was doing a little Googling. Funny 'cause it's, now Google has become a verb. And I was looking at the questions here that who are these guys? Kitchell construction manager. Yeah, I mean, when you say they're big, yeah, they're big. And I looked at, they originally from Massachusetts, Boston, Massachusetts, in the 1950s. They're listed as having more than 500 to 1,000 employees. They have offices around the state, is in Ontario, Sacramento, Los Angeles, San Diego. They are a very large company. I think the questions are brought up about fairness and opportunity and small businesses in Long Beach. I mean, we've had a lot of discussion, and there's been a lot of, we are in the midst of arguably the largest civil rights movement in American history, as some media outlets have reported about Black Lives Matter. That are we having a moment of implicit bias that we are not even considering this would be a development opportunity for a local woman or minority-owned business in Long Beach? And I'm hearing that this is paid for by the ballot measure. Ballot bond measure, that was voted on by Long Beach residents, not Boston residents, not Sacramento residents, not San Diego residents, Long Beach residents. And we started this task force on the President's Task Force on Race and Equity, and it's gotten stalled a little bit. But part of this was about contracting and creating opportunities. If you look at the port has an office for small and very small businesses, right? And that office is about helping small businesses have opportunity. Because, the port has big multi-million-dollar contracts. Sure, they need some big project managers. But do we have multi-million-dollar projects? Sure, we do. And that's why we have, Cordoba, and we have other, big construction companies that do that. But this is what I'm hearing, how Marlene described it, is small projects over a 5-year period, not a lot of money, maybe $1 million a year. For a small business in Long Beach, this might be their COVID economic recovery opportunity. This might be a way for us to reinvest in our local service area, because if a local business has this contract, that's money that they have to pay local sales tax, to hire local people, to use more disposable. They're probably going to go grocery shopping in Long Beach, pay some sales tax in Long Beach. Hopefully they pay have a building and pay some property tax that comes back to the district. We talk about smart investment, good financial stewards of public dollars. It sounds like we have a huge missed opportunity. Now this conversation, I am not in support of this measure. I think it's not only should we put it off, we should probably rebid this and really think about our bidding process. Can we give scoring opportunities to enhance, the bidding for local Long Beach or someone in our Lakewood, Catalina, Signal Hill? Like, we have a big service area, and we talk about Long Beach is in our name, and we talk about Long Beach a lot, but we serve more than just Long Beach. I think we're having a moment of bias here, that we're missing out, and we're missing the trees in the forest, and we're not seeing the whole forest here. And I think, thank you, Trustee Baxter, for bringing this up, and the commentary for Trustee Otto. I'm concerned here that we're not being good fiscal stewards of the district's money with this contract.
Can I say one more thing, or actually two, quickly? Sure. First of all, everybody talks about bond money like it's free money. It's tax money. And the citizens in this district have entrusted to us that we're going to spend that money wisely. This $5 million doesn't pay for one shovel of dirt. It doesn't pay for any work. It pays for management of that work, and that's of concern to me. Now, I think I have a lot of respect for Marlene and the job that she does, and I know that they ran a good process here. I understand that it was slightly controversial, and they worked through it. And And, by and large, when they say that they've done it, I take their word for it. And I even do here. I don't think you can add criteria to things that are not in what's allowed to be done. But what you can do sometimes is say, slow down. I don't want to say rebid it. I don't want to say anything. But when I got 2 sentences that are going to spend $5 million of my neighbor's tax money to do this, I just want to have a further conversation. And in most of my conversations, I talk to Marlene and she convinces me that, there wasn't anything there, but I want to be able to have that conversation. That's all I'm asking.
Eric, may I weigh in on this?
Yes, of course.
Coming from a student perspective, it's definitely important to us to invest in our community and invest into, the businesses in our community. Just as Antuk said, they pay the taxes, and they will be investing in this community, and so that we should invest into them. So I definitely think that a longer conversation needs to be had, just like Otto has stated, and that's pretty much my perspective from the student side. I do think that investing in the community is just very important, and this is a time where we should do that. So thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Zia.
I have nothing further to add. I think most of it has been said already.
I agree with Trustee Zia. I was initially thinking along the lines of what Trustee Otto said, and then Trustee Antuk, as far as the size of this company. I wasn't aware how big the company was, but I also agree. We made a commitment, and I'm a little disappointed. I can't really speak on the process or on the facility subcommittee, but I'm a little bit disappointed in the product of both, in that they didn't select a local organization. We pledged local hire. We pledged opportunities for the community and our students. And I think Trustee Antuk is right that with COVID-19, we've seen so much in the media lately with so many breaks that are going to these large companies while the smaller companies suffer. So I'd really like to see the emphasis placed. And I know that Vice President Drinkwine and Superintendent Bynum, we had a meeting a couple of weeks ago to discuss the Citizens Oversight Committee, and we actually discussed women-owned businesses. So I think that considering the times that we're enduring right now, I think having an emphasis on contracting, especially subcontractors, I really don't understand, that this is going to be a consultant to provide construction management for small. I mean, we already have, if I understand the bond process correctly, we already have a, consultant in, I believe, Cordoba, who already does that, who already does these small projects. And, from what I understand, it's been working well. I think that Marlene, you and I talked about that back in February. We had a conversation, I think, regarding some contracts. So it's just a little disappointing that a firm that's not local, from out of state, that's so large, is going to come into our front yard and pick from our trees that which we could be providing for our community. So yeah, perhaps we can just add another RFQ. Perhaps we can give an opportunity, or maybe change the wording and allow for small businesses, women-owned business, local businesses, and make sure that they do local hire and possibly even tap into our students. That's what our project labor agreement is making sure that we do that. So I agree with my colleagues on the board. I think this is a great initiative. I am inclined to not support that contract.
Sorry. Trustee.
Luann, I saw your hand up, and then Trustee Otto.
Okay. Can I suggest one way to address this is to look at policies related to within law and within regulation, look at policies related to local hire, minority-owned businesses, women-owned businesses, veterans-owned businesses, whatever that is. But
absolutely,
I might suggest that you think about that in the future. You might want to take a look, and we can help you come up with policies related to that. But I'll just leave it at that.
Okay, so, and
I think that's a good point, Luann. Go ahead, Doug.
Yeah, I want to make a point that may sound like it's contrary to what I've been saying, but this is not a project labor agreement project.
Right.
This is not under the project labor agreement.
Right.
However, it doesn't mean that it's not governed by regulations and rules. And I want to know what those are. I got 2 sentences here that don't do it. And like I said, I've got a lot of confidence in Marlene and her group, but I don't know. And we are trying to act as responsibly as possible. And until I know what the rules are, I don't know. And if somebody said to me, we got to do this right now because we got a project that we can't delay or something like that, I would listen to that. But I haven't heard that. What I've heard is we want to hire this company. And by the way, they're not an out-of-state company. And they may have started there, but they're in Sacramento. They do a lot of good work, I am sure. And Cordoba wouldn't touch this, I bet. I don't think they bid on it because they've got so much overhead that they wouldn't, they would cost so much more money that we wouldn't want to hire them. These people are willing to do it. I'm willing to take a look at them. I just can't, with the information supplied, do it. And it's a moment in time where I think we could open up the idea of how do we award these projects. I know they've done this at the port. I know the port in some of their projects have said, how do we get local people? How do we do other things? And it may be a moment in time when we can do stuff like that. This provides us an opportunity. It's not against this company. It's not against what we've been doing. But as Uduak so eloquently said, yeah, where are we? And let's find out what we're doing and whether we're doing it to the best thing for our students, the best thing for our community.
Can I just also add something?
Oh, I'm sorry, Trustee Zia, go ahead. And then I have a question for Marlene.
Yeah, I just wanted to caution that let's not beat up on staff. I think our staff has done a good job. We haven't really distinguished any rule or regulation or practice for them to follow to have local hire. And I just feel like we may be a little bit unfair in that regard and expressing disappointment or just really, piling on with about this firm. I too, like Trustee Otto, would like to have a little bit more information, and then I can decide whether or not it's appropriate to go and go for the new solicitation. I don't think it's appropriate for us to dictate because we're in our capacity as policymakers. This is within the purview of staff and their operational and management role. We certainly scrutinize it, but I think it's appropriate for us to set those policies and practices in place for staff to follow. In the absence of that, they're flying blind, and I just want to be mindful of that.
That's right.
President Malulu?
But could I be after Trustee Endick?
I saw Jenny's hand up, Uduak. Go ahead.
Well, I just wanted to say this is no reflection on Vice President Drinkwine. She's doing a super job.
Yes.
I don't think that you feel that we are on you because we all admire you and respect you. But if we are to vote on things, I think we have a responsibility to the voters who voted for us to be good stewards of their money. And that's why I agree with Trustee Endick. I agree with Trustee Otto that this is an opportunity for us that's solid, that's right here, right now, not theoretical. And so, I just say I take exception of thinking that we're picking on the staff because I don't think anyone believes that.
Yes,
President, if I might suggest, we can make a recommendation to the board regarding a policy for local women, minority, veterans, small business. We can make that recommendation to you as a policy to consider.
Sure. Uduak, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, I did, and thank you everybody for your comments, and thank you, Superintendent President Bynum and Vice President Drinkwine. I do just want to echo, Trustee Zia's sentiment and Trustee Baxter's sentiment, and be clear. I'm not blaming anybody. I don't think Marlene is a bad person. I think we have a relationship. We've traveled to Washington, D.C. together for conferences when we used to be able to do those kind of things, and so I just want to be clear that this is, if there's any assertion or view that this, is bad on staff, that's not the case. Part of how we get to where we are and things that manifest is historical structures of the system. I mean, we're a bureaucracy. When paperwork gets processed, when things get stored, that wasn't, we just came up with it last week. This has probably been things that have been put in place for years, if not decades. And so I just wanted to be clear that was not my assertion or my intention. And so I wanted to say that. But two other things, though. Many times I'm working on within the state of California on racial justice initiative and training and implicit bias and improving the system. And many times the people immediately go, not here, but immediately go and say, well, we're not going to get rid of the merit system. We're not going to change the law. We have to, we're not going to do anything illegal. When people are asking for equality, for opportunity, for inclusion, that never has the underlying premise that we should do something illegal, or that what is being asked for inclusion is bad or some attack on the system. It's when you say it, like, you look at redlining that was talked about earlier today. Right? I represent part of Long Beach that used to be green-lined. Under the restrictive covenants, I could not buy a house in the neighborhood that I own a house today if I was a homeowner or trying to become a homeowner in 1950s, 60s, and 70s in Long Beach. Right? That was not my decision. That was not my grandparents' decision. That was a historical injustice funded and implemented by the federal government, the FHA, and banks to say we're not going to lend to Black and Latino and Jewish families, right? But then what happens today? Many of those homes are owned by those same families. Nobody lost their home when the Supreme Court overruled, and actually it wasn't until 1972 that redlining was actually outlawed in America. Even though it was the 1965 Fair Housing Act, they had to go all the way to the Supreme Court to be even implemented, right? But this is the systemic historic injustices that when you say, oh, we have a racial wealth gap, we have income inequality. Why is it happening? It didn't happen for people today. It's not people trying to get a loan to buy a house today, but people have had, certain families and people have had these historical built-in advantages. The system has been rigged in their favor in an unequal way. And so when we're asking you for some level of fairness and equality, we got to at some point put our foot down and say, well, yes, this company is not a bad company. The people who work there and fill out the paperwork, they're not bad people. But when are we going to actually change the system so that it's actually working for everybody? How are we going to actually provide fairness? And the port is an example. The city has a local hire ordinance. These are things we've been asking for a couple of years. Unfortunately, it hasn't got done. I really like Luann's suggestion about a policy recommendation. But guess what? It can't be just staff come up with a recommendation and here it goes. We got to do it collaboratively. We got to talk about this. I think input from all of us would make it a better policy. And if we can start from the beginning, we'll get a better finished product. At work, I always tell people, don't bring me a banana bread, cake, that I didn't order. Because maybe I wanted a strawberry cake. I got to be involved in picking the menu, the baking process. So when the cake gets made, we actually get a cake we all want to eat. And this is the same type of situation. We need to get down in the weeds here of how can we retool the system to make it work. And so there's local hire, there's veterans preference, there's all kind of things that can be done. But I think this is an opportunity for us to pump the brakes, take some time, reevaluate. Maybe we move forward, maybe we don't. But we have so many things we vote on and we talk about, and people who ask us and people who are underserved, and we are in the middle of a pandemic that is not likely to end for the next 3 to 5 years. And I hate to be the purveyor of bad news, but this is a 36 to 60 month event. And we really need to be more thoughtful and intentional in what we do, because our highest priority is fiscal stewardship of taxpayer money. Yes, this is bond money, but guess what? The rest of the money is taxpayer money too. It comes from sales tax, property tax, capital gains tax, and so this is not our money. This is, like Doug said, this is our neighbor's money. This is some of us contribute a small percent, but this is the service area that we serve. The money comes back to the institution. So we really need to double down and rethink what we're going to do, but do it collaboratively. Let's work together. Let's not blame, shame, or judge anybody. I think we can do a lot of good things. So I just wanted to respond to that in my closing comments. Thanks.
So I think everybody has had a chance to speak 2 or 3 times. This is, let me just wind it up just a little bit. I disagree with some of the things that have been said in terms of, that we're beating up on staff. I don't see it that way at all, Marlene, and I hope you don't see it that way. I did attend facility subcommittees meetings in the past, and I am a little familiar with the process enough to understand that these are discussions that need to be had at the table. Also, Doug, I understand that this isn't part of the project labor agreement, but I think that the spirit of that in which we adopted it should be the same for all construction projects. In fact, all projects, we should focus on local hire. We should try to take care of our community, especially when we're using our neighbors' money, as has been so eloquently put. I have 2 questions. Hang on one second. I don't have coronavirus. I just had something in my throat and I didn't want to cough out loud. Marlene, I have 2 questions. So somebody brought up an interesting point. So has Kitchell ever done any construction work or management work with the district?
Not to my knowledge. I will double check and make sure that there wasn't some work performed prior to my joining the college to confirm that for you. And if I may say really quickly, I do welcome the opportunity to provide you much more information on not just this project, but really support the district and your efforts to look at our policies and our procurement policies and our approaches to bidding. So, I really do welcome that. And I welcome the opportunity to give you a lot more information about this particular process.
No doubt. And I think we all agree that you do a great job. So the name Kitchell doesn't ring a bell to me, and I try to at least pay a little attention. But my second question is, who did that type of work before? Who there? I heard GRD. Is that correct, GRD?
That is correct. GRD was our former firm that performs. Correct.
Okay. So how does GRD compare to Kitchell in terms of size or location? Is it a comparable company, smaller company?
GRD is a much smaller company. I will tell you that all of the bids that came in this round were higher. GRD did not respond to the RFQ. I was incorrect when I informed you of that earlier, Trustee Otto, but 12 firms did. And those responses were all higher. Kitchell was very competitive as the rates go, but the contract represents about a 30% increase over the former contract, which dates back to 2014.
So they came in at a 30% increase after 6 years, right?
Right, and that's true for all of the respondents. They all came in higher. It's reflective of what the current market is.
Okay. So I think the only thing that I would capitalize on that is that it was done, that scope of work was performed by a smaller firm.
Yes.
And now we're going to a bigger one. So I think we're departing a little bit from some of the goals that we've talked about. But I don't want to beat a dead horse. I think that there is consensus here that, I don't know, but, I'll entertain a motion in a second if it's necessary to delay this, or if we just don't vote on it, it'll appear again on the agenda.
I'll make the motion, Vivian, Chair Malauulu, to bring it back on the September 9th board meeting agenda. Would that give staff sufficient time?
If I may, the September 9th meeting, you will be considering the budget. I will leave it up to you to decide if you wish to engage in this conversation again then, but that is just a couple of weeks away. And I believe, and I'm unsure if that would give us enough time to really
Okay.
gather the robust.
So I'll make the motion for for it to come back in the October meeting.
Okay. All right, we've got a motion for it to come back into the October on the October agenda. Is there a second?
I'll second it, but I want to ask, can we do this separately so that other contract is approved? Or do we have to do both at the same time?
We could parcel them out. Yes. Yeah, we can parcel them out. All right, we've got.
Could we parcel them out with the vote also? So let's take a vote on postponing and delaying action until the October meeting on this contract, and then we'll take another vote. But let's take the roll call vote on this one.
All right, we've got a motion and a second, and we've already had a robust discussion. So does anybody need anything further to discuss? All right, so Madam Secretary, if you could please take roll.
Sure. Student Trustee Jimenez.
Aye.
Virginia Baxter.
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu. Excuse me.
Aye.
Uduak Joe Intuck.
Aye.
Doug Otto.
Aye.
And Sunny Zia.
Aye.
Okay, motion carries to delay
Postpone
CN 22080.8 to the October meeting. And it'll come back with more information. All right, thank you. And so now I need a motion and a second to approve the additional item on 6.3.
So moved.
So moved. Second.
Trustee Zia and Trustee Baxter. All right, we've got a motion and a second. Any discussion on that? Hearing none, Madam Secretary,
President Malauulu.
a vote, please.
President Malauulu, can you hear me? Uduak here.
Yes, I can barely hear you.
Oh, sorry, maybe I turned my audio. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, sorry. I just wanted to say one item on contracts, in the question of appropriateness. We are all, or at least the 5 trustees, are independently elected by residents of our service area as oversight, and we are empowered with actual power. And part of that power is the power of contract. We do collective bargaining agreements, which are contracts. We do project labor agreements, or contracts. We do employment agreements, which are contracts. Individual employment agreements, whether that's like a vice president or or we're doing construction contracts, or all of that is within our purview. So any assertion that it's inappropriate for us to talk about, question, set parameters, ask for more information is wholly inaccurate and a folly to say we don't have the power or the ability to talk about contracts. That is what we are elected to do, and one of our powers that we have to do. And so I just wanted to be clear that at any time we can always vote no. Right? Just even staff makes a recommendation doesn't mean we have to do it. We're all independent, free-thinking, cerebral bodies here that were elected for a reason. And if the majority of us don't believe a contract should be ratified, then we all have to vote independently what's in the best interest of the district. And sometimes it's no. And we have the power to say no, and we can ask questions before we say no. We also have the power to ask questions and set parameters before we say yes. And so this is fully in our purview, fully in our jurisdiction. And in case we don't know this, I just wanted to make clear, this is what we do. Every meeting on consent calendar, all those contracts, we're approving them. We're voting based on the power of being elected. This is democracy in action. This is how American government works at the local level. We don't do nuclear war. We are not doing international trade policy. We are not going to have meetings with Kim Jong-il. We don't do any of that stuff. But we do contracts with the college district. And we do hire and fire like that. We joke sometimes, hey, we're the JV elected officials. Yeah, we are, but we still got some power, and we're still supposed to think about things before we do them. And our votes matter. And so I just wanted to say that, even though I think this contract is really, basic and everyone's going to vote yes on it. But I just wanted to make that point because disabuse anybody if there's a false notion that we can't ask about contracts. That's not the case.
Huh.
Where did that come from?
You'll have to go back and watch the tape. All right, we've got a motion and a second, and we've had some discussion. Madam Secretary, if you could please do a roll call vote.
Student trustee Jimenez,
Aye.
Virginia Baxter,
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu,
Aye.
Uduak Joe Intuck,
Aye.
Doug Otto,
Aye.
and Sunny Zia.
Aye.
Motion carries. We're going to go to item 6.8 on the agenda. Trustee Zia pulled that item. Go ahead, you could lead us in the discussion.
Yes, Chair Mallow, the only reason I pulled this item is that it's regarding my employer who is contributing, I know it may not be an exorbitant amount, but and although it's not a legal conflict of interest, to the best of my knowledge, out of abundance of caution, I'd like to recuse myself on this vote.
Okay, your request is noted. Thank you. Any additional discussion?
Sorry, my audio went out. What did Trustee Zia say?
Trustee Zia,
Recusing herself. She's recusing herself on this item because it concerns her employer.
Oh, okay. Sorry. All right. Thank you.
Okay, so I'll entertain a motion and a second to approve this.
So moved.
Trustee Baxter, Trustee Otto with the second. Any discussion? I would just like to say thank you to the Port of Long Beach on behalf of the district and the students. I'm particularly grateful in reading this. And by the way, also to Anthem Blue Cross of Orange County for their donation as well. We're very grateful for the generosity that organizations in our community have bestowed upon the district. I particularly appreciate the Port making a point of saying with preference to the trades program. So definitely will benefit a lot of our students there. And keep in mind that a lot of our students who join the trades could be adults who need to fine tune some of their skills or acquire new ones. They might be experiencing a job change, some type of career transition. So any type of PPE would be helpful to them, not only out in the community, but also in the workplace. So thank you to the Port for doing that. And Trustee Zia, I appreciate your desire to recuse yourself because that is your employer. So that's very good. Thank you. Madam Secretary, we have a motion and a second, and we've had discussion. If you can please do a roll call vote.
Student trustee Jimenez,
Aye.
Virginia Baxter,
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu,
Aye.
Uduak Joe Intuck,
Aye.
Doug Otto,
Aye.
and Sunny Zia abstains.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, everybody. Moving on the agenda, we are going to section 7 on the agenda, which is human resources. And again, very light agenda. There are no items. And section 8 on the agenda, academic senate. There are no items on this agenda. Agenda item. Section 9 on the agenda is academic affairs, 9.1. Again, no items. Can you tell it's summertime? For anybody watching this, welcome to academia, right? So we're enjoying this, the calm before the storm, because classes start next week, and then it'll be back to all sorts of human resources and academic and all that. So section 10 on the agenda, administrative and business services, 10.1, no item on the agenda. Section 11, student services. 11.1 is an update on connecting remotely with students. I was very excited to see this on the agenda. Dr. Munoz and I believe the IT team have some information that they'd like to share with us. I think out of everybody on campus, you've probably been the busiest trying to get student services up and running for our Vikings. Is that correct?
I think we've all been really busy, but yes, it's been definitely a transition for our student services to move so many face-to-face, high-touch, meaningful interactions for students to a remote function and still replicate that high-touch, high-care experience that we really take a lot of Viking pride in. So thank you, Board President Malauulu and board members and Superintendent President Bynum and my colleagues. I'm going to go ahead and provide a brief update on some of the supports we've been offering remotely for our students. And so what I'd like to do is really just kind of take a few moments to set the stage, and then I'm going to ask Dario to launch a new web page that we're launching. As you know, we spent since March transitioning from in-person to online counseling and student services. And I really want to acknowledge our counselors. They have worked tremendously hard. And if you have any idea what it's like to be a counselor, I was one myself at one point. You have, these appointments scheduled back to back to back, and to sit and hold that kind of Zoom Cranium Cafe experience and connect with students back to back, it's draining and it's tough and it's hard. And so when I share with you some of the numbers, I think you're going to be quite impressed. So one of the first things we did is we looked at scaling to Cranium Cafe. And so Cranium Cafe is this online portal that essentially allows students to have a face-to-face counseling experience. And so just to give you some numbers so that you have a sense, we served over 3,000 students. There was 3,000 counseling appointments and counseling contacts between the months of March and June. So that's a lot of students to be able to migrate over and have that face-to-face. And in the summer, we also were able to expand our express services. And for the last several weeks, we've been averaging over 500 students a week meeting with counselors. And, it's really noteworthy because you have to keep in mind during summer, we're not running, full counselor schedules. Folks are on extended contract days. And so that to have 500 students coming through counseling each week with a reduced number of counselors available, that really shows how committed and really just the depths of what our counselors have been doing to serve our students. But we recognize that, even with the counseling services, how do we create this, front counter experience that students were able to just walk in and ask questions through a remote function? And so thanks to Javi Villaseñor, who is one of our counselors and lead on Cranium Cafe, he has spent countless hours expanding these services to these virtual front counter experiences to financial aid, to missions and records, to the transfer center, to student affairs. And so I'm going to ask Dario to launch our new chat with someone live page. So if you see, you scroll down on our landing page where it says, get the help you need, LBCC Chat Hub. So we've created this brand new landing page that's just launched that allows students, instead of having to go fish and go to an admissions and record page and then find a financial aid page and find a counseling page, they can just click on this one landing page. And if you scroll down, you can see that they can click and chat with someone in A&R, financial aid, counseling, welcome center, transfer center, student affairs. And it's not in my area, but it was important to highlight it, the student technology help desk, because that is a feature that a lot of students need support in. So if you can go scroll up a little bit, Dario, for a moment, I'm going to ask you to click on A&R. So I need to disclose, in full disclosure, our offices are closed right now, so no one's going to be seen online. But as you can see here, a student can click on this website and they would be able to see the different staff members who are available. And there's a feature that will say online if the staff member is available to be online. And you click and they would basically knock on a door and would be able to start interacting immediately with a staff member. One of the things that we've been experimenting with is there's two functions. There's this functionality that I just shared with you, and there's another functionality called the lobby. The lobby looks a little bit different. And basically you enter a lobby and it's kind of like a queue you enter into, and then staff pull you from the queue. So during peak periods of the semester, when we know that there's an influx of students, we're going to be using the lobby feature because it's a more efficient way to serve students and also kind of prioritize kind of the workflow. In less peak periods, we'll be using this more kind of user-friendly feature that has the staff members' pictures and whatnot, and then you can knock on a door of a staff member. Dario, if you can back out for a moment. I also want to scroll down and show you student affairs. If you can scroll down to student affairs. One of the things we found that was really important, especially when you went into the lobby, and I think y'all probably can recognize Norman in just a second one of our and CESAT as well, our ASB president and ASB vice president. You know, when you go into the student union, there's students there that work the front counter that can answer quick questions for you and have a student to student conversation. We felt that it was important to continue to give students, our Long Beach City College students, access to their student leaders. So you could see we even have this function working for student affairs. So someone can go knock on CESAT's door and have a conversation with CESAT or Norman as part of kind of that previous front desk model that you would see in the different student unions or in the student lounge areas. So we've been really thoughtful about how to use this technology and scale it up. And so let me also share with you some numbers. So under the first initial rollout for financial aid, we were averaging about 253 students a week knocking on staff members' doors and the virtual doors, right? Once we transitioned to this new lobby function, which we found to be more of an efficient way of serving students in key periods of times, we are now averaging 658 students per week. So we literally increased from 253 students being served August 3rd through August 6th to now 658 students as of last week in a 1 week period. So really students are, it's meeting the students' need. And as you know, I always like to benchmark and have key performance indicators. So we're looking at how many students are moving through, the length of time that staff members and faculty and counselors are spending per student. So we're monitoring all of that to try to adjust staffing so that we meet the demands as much as possible. And so given that, you know, as you know, this is always a very high peak season for us in student services, and that in these high demand times, there's long waits. Oftentimes, we're trying our very best to, one, in a virtual environment, create opportunities for students to interact face-to-face with counselors and staff. Two, to do it in the most efficient way possible. So we're reducing wait times and paying attention to these different kind of benchmarks so that we're increasing staff into the queue. And, you know, Dr. Noel Corral, our Dean of Counseling, has been very instrumental in providing a lot of leadership. He's been working with the counselors and the staff to talk about this concept of all hands on deck and what that looks like for the first 2 weeks of the semester. So I just really want to acknowledge Dr. Corral's leadership, Javi Villaseñor, the department chairs in counseling, Ivan Gutierrez, and Erica Gutierrez in financial aid have been very influential in expanding Cranium Cafe. And so, again, I know there's been questions, and so I just wanted to provide this brief update to share with you kind of how we're approaching to, this incoming fall semester to meet the needs of our students, even though we're still remote.
Thank you very much. Yes, Dr.
Dr. Williams, I have a question. Now, obviously, everybody's offline because it's almost 8 o'clock at night. But are you, because of Zoom and all those kinds of things, are people going to be available, counselors, helpers, at night, or like till 8 o'clock at night or 7 o'clock at night, to answer questions for students? And if you say no, then like if at 8 o'clock I go on there, can I click on somebody and say, could you call me at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning? Or, you know, how is that working out for people who are at work all day long and perhaps don't have access to the website till the evening?
That's a wonderful question, Dr. Baxter. So
thank you.
I think, and it's an important question, right? And so one of the things that we are trying to do is think about how to better serve students who may not be able to access us during those traditional times of business hours. So you can still send an email. So a student can still click on, send an email and send an email to the department. I do know that we do have conversations about, and some counselors, lean into this and say, I'll do some evenings or Saturdays at different times of peak periods. But for the most part, the idea is that this is replicating what you were able to do when you walked into a center and have a live person answer a question for you or get in a queue and meet with a counselor through Express. And so obviously we maintain work schedules and all of those things. And so we're kind of continuing with our traditional hours of operations. And so these chat hubs are following those historical hours of operations. However, there are other ways that students can engage. And I know the team has been very flexible. As you know, I have a student services landing page where students can just email me directly. And I get hundreds of emails a day from students and parents. And I do it because I like to be able to see what the issues are and then kind of just disseminate the workflow. And one of the things I've been able to do is say, hey, can you follow up with a student in the evening because they're not available during the day? And someone like Elijah, who's always very accommodating, was like, I got you. I got that student. And they're having a conversation with that student at 8:00 at night or even later. So student, we try to be as responsive as possible, but for the purposes of the chat hub, it's following our standard hours of operations.
Okay. And I do know, for instance, teachers teaching online, they are answering emails 24/7. And so I do know that there is responsiveness. And I just wondered if there was a way to stagger the classified from like 10 to 6 or 7 or something like that. And I know this is all negotiated and all that, and you don't have to answer. I'm just bringing something up.
Thank you. And I will make note of it. And it's something that our leadership team can talk about, maybe some staggered schedules, at least at the start of the semester when when services are in most demand. Thank you. I'll take note of that.
Thank you.
Anybody else?
Can I say something?
Yes.
Dr. Munoz, thanks so much for the update. And, I just really appreciate your database approach here for student services and thoughtfulness. And I'm a trustee, but folks forget that I'm also an educator. I've been in the classroom at Long Beach State and teaching, thermodynamics classes, which is a mix of physics, calculus, and chemistry all in one. And energy, it's all about energy. But, and I know the challenges we have with our current generation of students. I'd have sometimes in my class, I'd find everybody got their earphones in during a class. I've caught somebody watching a soccer game in the middle of my class, walking around like, hey, you guys, unplug, pay attention. What I'm telling you is going to be on the test. What I'm telling you is your homework, but it's a communication gap. It's a different generation. I mean, we talk about the generation of Pete Wilson and, Howard Jarvis in 1978. Man, these kids, they're not even millennials. Like, these are Gen Zers. They're even more hyper, shorter attention span and more social media connected. That Snapchat is like, if you don't look at it in 10 seconds, it's gone. And so the challenges of now we're in the pandemic and trying to serve the students and thinking about new methods and new models of delivery is really crucial. Because if we can't connect with our students remotely, if we can't provide them the student services remotely, I mean, we're getting to the point of we have technology, we have the data that we can almost customize addressing the needs of the students to make sure we increase our graduation, our transfer rates, and our retention rates, that we can really do, wraparound service and customized interventions to retain, help people graduate. Don't just take 9 units, take 12. Now we got more money for the college. Right? And it's just so crazy with the pandemic because so much is happening to so many as far as the, basic needs insecurity, the digital divide. It's like even people I work with, some people don't even have good internet at their home, let alone these low-income students that connect to the class. I'm hearing that students are connecting by their phone, but no visual interaction, even though the teacher may have a Zoom or a PowerPoint. You can't see it because they don't have the technology. I mean, we did the laptop hotspot giveaway in North Long Beach about few months ago. It is real. It is real that people don't have internet access. And so, going through how do we reimagine delivery of services, making these small hubs. I mean, I almost think like, can we do a phone call center, a call center, as well, to just to talk to people on the phone? I mean, just thinking through all the different technologies, there's really low cost, or even a text chat bot, where it's like they text, hey, I need this. The bot responds with automatic referrals. It's just thinking about how can we adjust to the pandemic so we can retain students and help them graduate. It's so difficult, and the economic recession is impacting so many different people in different ways, but particularly Black and Latino students and families are being hit the hardest. It was so sad with Mayor Garcia's parents, passing away. It's like just symbolic of the challenge. I mean, I know so many people impacted by coronavirus, even sick family members, People have lost their jobs. People are living together, because there's not jobs. We have the highest unemployment rate in Long Beach history right now, 25% unemployment. It's crazy to even think how difficult. And then we're asking students to come learn. You may be hungry. You may not have internet, but show up for class. And we're thinking about how do we provide services that, because if we're not doing a good job of retaining students, we're not going to get our money from the state. And that's people's jobs are at stake, our institutions at stake, serving the mission of serving students at stake. So I just wanted to say thank you for your analytical approach and sharing this update today. It's such a difficult situation, and we can't take it for granted. We can't do what we did in the past. It's not going to work right now. It's not going to work for the next 3 years. We have to fundamentally shift, but we have to do it in a collaborative way with input, with intentionality. It is such a challenge that we always knew a pandemic was going to happen. It could happen. We knew that. It's not a surprise. We just didn't know it was going to happen right now in this way to us in this year. And so just want to say thank you.
I personally wish it hadn't happened while I was president, but bad timing, right?
Well, that's what you get for being the longest serving president in Long Beach City College history.
Yeah, it's not been as fun as I was looking forward to it being. Let's just leave it at that. Anybody else? Dr. Munoz, yes, Trustee Zia, go ahead.
I just want to hear from our student trustee and her opinion on what was presented, and I want to yield my time to her.
Thank you so much. Yes, I actually used Cranium Cafe, and I spoke with a counselor when the pandemic began, and it was a wonderful way to communicate with someone and get my questions answered. And I was very thankful that we had that opportunity at such an early time too. I really needed some advice on where to transfer to, and just, some out-of-state transfer information. So it was really helpful for me as a student. And the only thing I would really love is if that little button that's at the bottom, if it could be, I don't know, like bigger or something, because it could get lost. Usually when I scroll down at the bottom of a website, I think of it as like, oh, just like random contact us, like type of information, just random resources. But I don't know, maybe we can make it more noticeable to students so that when it can be like one of the first things they see when they scroll on the front page, So I do think that a lot of students are going to have questions during this time. So making them very aware of that would be helpful. A new representative of Student Services, Kyra Childress, is actually being voted into the cabinet next meeting. And she is working with Cranium Cafe. She's one of the students that answer questions, and she really wants students to have maybe like a how-to video on how to use it and how to get in contact with different departments. So that was her little idea that she told us today at our ASB meeting, and I thought it was a great idea. Another like resource book kind of thing. So I think thank you so much for making this accessible to students. I really appreciate it. Our students really appreciate it. But yeah, those are definitely some little suggestions I have that can make it even better for students. So thank you, Sunny Zia, for requesting my opinion. I appreciate it.
You're more than welcome. Anytime.
Thank you. And Student Trustee Jimenez, I will make sure those two recommendations are outstanding recommendations, and I will bring them back to the team. Trustee Malauulu, if I can share one more thing that I overlooked that I wanted to just report out. We did do a survey to our students who experienced Cranium Cafe to understand to measure the impact. And so from July 13th to August 13th, for a 4-week period, we had about 702 students respond to a counseling satisfaction survey. And out of the 702 students, 85% of them reported having a positive experience with online counseling and 12% indicating neutral. So that means 97% of the respondents had, a positive experience with the Cranium Cafe online virtual counseling. So we have, again, just my hat's off to the counselors because they're really digging deep and just providing an outstanding level of service to our students.
Thank you. I would like to speak with regard to the counselors. Just a couple of personal experiences that I've had in the last few months. And because I try to avoid just directly contacting a staff member, I go through the proper channel. I go through the vice president of that department. And I've actually sent a few names of my constituents or people that I know who have called me, or parents of students who've said, hey, my kid's having a problem, or we're not able to do this. So I'll reach out to Dr. Munoz, and usually it's a matter of hours and the issue is resolved. So I just really appreciate your counseling team for the work that they're doing and trying to stay on top of some of these issues, especially because some of these students are transitioning from high school where they ended their senior year learning remotely, and now they're starting their college career learning remotely. So it's very difficult for families. Personally, for me, I had a class of 2020, my second daughter, and I think I took it harder than she did. It's been absolutely brutal for me to not have my daughter go through that, with prom and graduation and senior day and all of those rites of passage. So I've had some constituents who've reached out to me expressing concern about their children enrolling on our campus, and the counselors have just been outstanding. And that's, the same with all of our staff. We are very fortunate to have the faculty and the staff that we have. I've also heard really positive things about people in admissions and people in the cashier's office in particular. So just little things like that, with so much having to be done remotely and people calling. So just really thank you, everybody, for doing the good work and making a difference. And we know it's not easy, and it probably won't get easy for a while, but you really are stepping up in ways that, we're very fortunate to have you. Okay, we're going to move on. Thank you, Dr. Munoz. We're going to move on to section 12 on the agenda, which are reports, and we'll start with our academic senate. I see Jerry there.
Good evening. The hard work of our faculty has really been in the spotlight this summer. Due to the equity conversations begun on campus under the direction of Shauna Hagman, who at the time was serving as a student equity co-chairperson in 2015-2016, we have annually expanded our efforts to address equity issues and are proud of the creation of our cultural curriculum audit. We have actually presented to 7 different groups this summer. Everybody is on fire about what's happening at Long Beach City College, and we have made presentations to the ASCCC Curriculum Institute twice, Mesa Community College, the California Guided Pathways Town Hall. I'm scrolling down my list here, Mission College, Los Medranos College. So we're quite popular, our team. Dr. Kathy Scott, Executive Vice President of Academic Affairs, has been the motivational cheerleader for this effort. She's provided resources and encouragement as faculty have stepped forward to develop this unique way to dive deep into looking to the equity elements of our teaching, our curriculum, and our classroom settings. We couldn't have done it without her. On behalf of the many tenured and adjunct faculty who have participated in the audits, I would like to thank Dr. Wendy Koenig, Suman Mundanari, Nancy Mahan, Michael Robertson, Dr. Jerome Hunt, and Dr. Matt Lawrence for their leadership and mentorship. Going forward, the goal is to continue to expand the audit in the upcoming winter intersession to include such topics as intersectionality training. I'm very excited and pleased to welcome Pamela Brackman, the new Senior Administrative Assistant to the Academic Senate. She is a graduate of Long Beach City College, and after many years is excited to return to the college as a classified employee. She will work closely with the Senate and the Curriculum Committee, and she will be a great member of our team. In turn, I would also like to wholeheartedly thank Corrine Magdaleno, who stepped out from her retirement at Long Beach City College and worked with us as an LTE this last year. She was invaluable, and we appreciate her willingness to help us out. I'm looking forward to joining the campus community at this Friday's College Day.
Much planning has gone into making this an inspirational day. Having had Dr. Jennifer Taylor Mendoza and Professor Jeremy Wallace, co-authors of the book Minding the Obligation Gap in Community Colleges, join us for President's Leadership Council, and having the opportunity to share with them our equity efforts will help them frame their remarks specifically to Long Beach City College on College Day. Special thanks to Stacy Toda and her entire team who worked diligently behind the scenes to make this unique virtual day a reality. And I just finally want to say that I join with my leadership colleagues, Diana Ogamachi, Cece Sadler, and Robert Rometta, in wishing everyone a wonderful academic year. It will be a challenge, but we're Viking strong. Thank you.
That's right. Thank you very much. Section 12, item 12.2, classified Senate report. Where's Cece? There you are. You're on mute.
How many times have we all told each other that in the past 5 months? You're on mute. Good evening. I want to talk again about our community and connection events, which are Hello Mondays, which I like to call Hello Mondays, Tech Tuesdays, and Wellness Wednesdays. Our Hello Mondays and Wellness Wednesdays discussions have run from discovering the hidden gems of Long Beach, which was fascinating, to subjects like dealing with grief, how we can help each other during these times, to exercise and ergonomics. We would like to thank Laura Rontola and Jonathan Tejada, who happen to be from my department, under the lead of Associate Dean Dr. Hassam Kashu, for presenting our Tech Tuesdays sessions since early May. I actually didn't have anything to do with asking them to help us with these workshops, but it's worked out really well. Subjects have included Office 365, OneDrive, Outlook, Skype, and Microsoft Streams. I would especially like to thank Ann Engel, who many of you know as the previous classified Senate president before me, and our new Vice President, Cindy Dominguez, who have led and organized these events, along with a number of other people. And I'd really like to thank all of the classified who participated in these events. They've been very healing and successful. We are looking forward to College Day on Friday, and we are greatly looking forward to the Framework for Reconciliation, essential work that will progress into the next year. We have had ourselves some hard, meaningful, impactful, and emotional conversations over Zoom about the cultural revolution happening since late May. And we are really looking forward to giving our contribution to the conversation. We are so proud of all the classified professionals who've worked hard to support each other, the faculty, management, and our students in the last 5 months in these strange and unprecedented times. We are very proud of and a bit concerned for the classified professionals that are on campus working as essential workers and starting Monday in essential labs. We know that everything possible is being done to keep them and our students safe. We'd like to congratulate and thank Doug Daniels on his retirement. And I, like Jerry Florence, would personally like to thank her, Jerry Florence, Diana Ogamachi, and Robert Rometta, LBCC's other constituency group leaders, besides me, for the huge amount of support they have given me and we have given each other. It's been very heartening to experience that. And we've made it through the spring and summer, and we're now ready for fall. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Cece. Now we're going to move on to section 12.3, item 12.3, Board of Trustee reports. I'm looking at my screen here. Trustee Otto, do you have a report? Okay, we're going to go. I'm looking at who's next on my screen. Trustee Untep.
I'm back.
Oh, there's Doug. There you are.
So I really don't have a report. I'm so excited about school starting up again. I applaud tremendously what the faculty has done to make this transition. And I hear from everybody how hard they've worked, and I'm very excited about it. I plan to fully participate on Friday and see how all that works out. You know, it's a change to redefine ourselves. If somebody would have said to any of us 6 months ago that we would be talking about defunding the police, changing what they do, talk about systemic racism, everybody would have said, I don't know what you're smoking, but that's not on this agenda. But it's here, and it's a great opportunity. And that's not all that's going on. Obviously, we're getting people back to school. They're going to learn things. They're going to teach us things about these technologies. And so I'm very excited to see what it is that we've got going forward. And congratulations to everybody that's been a part of it. That's it.
Thank you. Trustee Untuck?
Hey, let me unmute myself. Well, thank you. I want to say, CC, you're correct. I heard that the phrase of the year is "you're on mute." It's repeated 1 million times a day now. So, we'll see when they have the dictionary update of the word of the year. If that makes the list. First, I want to say thank you to Jerry and CC, academic and classified center. I can't thank you guys enough. Your team, driving change.
Uduak, you've got an echo going on there. We're having some audio there. We can hear an echo.
Is that better?
Okay.
All right, great. I was trying to sing the praises of our senates, our local senate, not the U.S. Senate. I wanted to say thank you to Jerry and the CC of your efforts, your team's efforts. I want to say a few months ago, we started talking about the framework for reconciliation, talking about what can we do. We've done so much already, but now that we're doubling down, it's not just we're trying to address inequality and systemic racism, but why we're doing it, we're getting notoriety. To be able to go around the state and show, look, this is what Long Beach City College is doing. This is what you can do too. That's breaking down the barriers of systemic racism in other places. That's helping empower other institutions to do their part to help students that we don't serve that are still negatively impacted by systemic racism. So thank you both for your efforts. Thank you for the different perspective, the classified, Senate perspective of workers, frontline workers, providing services to students. It's so critical. And this is a multi-dimensional, multi-pronged problem. And when we have a diversity of perspectives and voices, we get better solutions. So I just want to say thank you to both of you for your reports and updates, and look forward to more things to come, both from academic and classified Senate. I do want to say congratulations to President Malauulu. I think you're a double award winner here in the last month. I was going to say about the Dominic Martucci Award. I'm not even saying it right, but it sounds like it has to do with international trade and the port and getting recognized at Long Beach State. I did my global logistics certificate program in the trade center that's recognizing you. So I'm really happy to see you getting recognized, and I'm really glad that you got the regional award as well. It's you happen to be president this year. We've been happening to do a lot of great things, or maybe this is because you're the longest serving president, but it's great that I think when you apply for this stuff, it's all the work that all of us are doing. The faculty, the academics, we get man, look what President Malauulu. You get to be our representative out there in the world. So congratulations and thanks for your work. I just wanted to recognize you for that. Couple things. I'm pulling my best Jenny Baxter impersonation today. What did I do during the pandemic? And I haven't left my house though. I went to a great webinar. I want to thank. This is my second engagement with A2 Mend. It's an African American male mentoring program. Jackie got me registered for one webinar. I attended another webinar. A2 Men, if folks don't know, is a national mentoring program started in California and has grown across the country. Not until a few years ago, actually till last year, as far as our memberships as an institution, we actually didn't have any Black memberships. There's surprisingly, we were part of other organizations, but we do continue to have the largest Black student population in higher education in Long Beach is at Long Beach City College. And we do have Black faculty, Black staff, Black administrators. We should have Black memberships. And so A2Men is one of the ones that we are an institutional member of, and we support the organization. We have a chapter here. We have a student support program. I was able to attend a great webinar called Across Racial Lines. It was a dialogue about the history of anti-Black racism and the impacts on the U.S. social justice movement. There were three great speakers. One, Dr. Ibrahim Kendi, who wrote How to Be an Anti-Racist. This is actually a book I'm making everybody at my work read. I know some folks on campus are reading. It's kind of hard to say, no, I don't want to read that book. I don't want to read the book How to Be an Anti-Racist. It's a great book about baseline vocabulary, understanding, because we are all coming at this from different perspectives. We all need to get a baseline understanding, but hearing from the author himself speak in regular language, man, I read the book, but he's a cool regular dude in person too, out of DC. But also, Dr. Mark Lamont had a book on the classroom in the cell about the prison, school to prison pipeline. And it was kind of crazy. African American scholar, he was on the webinar. He was just recovering from COVID. He could barely talk, but he was still hosting the webinar and hosting the session, being the moderator. And it was so difficult. It felt bad, but it's like, man, and here's a guy with a PhD who writes books about this thing, organizing a national webinar, and got coronavirus. It was so crazy. And then I had a third speaker, Tim Weiss, who wrote a book called Dear White America, and helping talk about what white privilege is and implicit bias, and that this is not a net sum game. This is not about taking away and depriving people of their property or their resources or their businesses. That's not what racial justice is about. And so it was really good to hear from that. But just because we have this chapter and it's related to campus, I wanted to share about those webinars. Secondly, I want to thank, she's still on the call, Dr. Kathy Scott. Yeah, I see her. She's still logged in after all these hours. We've gotten quite a bit of fanfare about our cannabis workforce development training program. When I first brought it up, people said, like Doug was saying, what are you smoking? You can't do that at Long Beach City College. Nobody wants to do that. It's illegal. But I think, really took a deliberative and intentional process to check the box, to work with local business owners, the local business association, to create a brand new program that's serving our population, that's addressing a historical harm. The war on drugs was a failure. It disproportionately criminalized Black and brown people for trivial, minor drug offenses. And now, medical marijuana, recreational marijuana is legal in Long Beach. There's businesses who have a license to operate laboratories, delivery companies, retail, edibles, cooking, all these different. I don't use it. I don't eat it. I don't smoke it, but doesn't mean we shouldn't have it. We shouldn't participate. It's a new economy. It's a whole new sector. New economic sectors don't show up every day. And so I'm really want to thank Dr. Scott for her efforts, and I hear, and I knew this was going to be the case. We are oversubscribed. We have through the roof demand. Everybody wants to come to Long Beach City College and study cannabis industry and training, and what's customer service, and how do you sell it, and how do you upsell it? How do you say, okay, I'm going to buy some edibles, but let me also sell you some brownies too, right? This is just general business practice, inventory management, logistics. It was great. We had a Spectrum News interview on it. We're on Fox News locally. The Long Beach Business Journal covered it. This is the kind of positive academic program that I know folks want to do more. I hope we do more. That this is just the beginning, and then the city now is looking at potentially funding this academic program, so more local residents can get a credential. You hear a lot of people like, yeah, I got 20 years experience. Well, not legit 20 years experience, in the underground market, 20 years. How about we get you some legitimate business training and how to get incorporated and link with the Small Business Development Center and help folks, hire people and have jobs. That's what it's about. This is not about promoting drug use and so forth. And these are real people who run these businesses. They're Long Beach residents. They're Long Beach small businesses. So I just want to thank Dr. Scott. And I know it got oversubscribed. Like, I think we had 25 spots, and I think we're north of 100 people on the waiting list. And this is only for the first one.
We are north of 800.
800, I'm sorry. I was off by a couple orders of magnitude. Right? So, this is student enrollment. These are people who are going to bring money to the school. We have an enrollment issue. And I got to tell you, when I was campaigning for this and I'd knock on doors and tell people, they jumped out of their front door in excitement. Please do this. This is amazing. Right? And across Bixby, Knowles, right? All places. Right? There is a lot of support for this program. So thank you so much for moving forward. I'm glad to see the numbers support the concept, and we're doing it right. And so I really want to thank her. The last two items, I'm doing my best Jenny Baxter impersonation tonight. Last two items, AB 1460 was signed by the governor just last week. It is 50 years worth of advocacy coming into practice. And I want to say it's due in large part to the Black Lives Matter movement. AB 1460 requires ethnic studies to be done at CSU in order to get your degree. Right? This is, if you know about Asian American studies, Pan-African studies, Latinx studies, it's always been a struggle for enrollment. Who's taking the classes and why? What's the justification and why? It was, some colleges collapsed it all into one meta ethnic studies department, and it's been a struggle. Now, everyone who's graduating from the biggest university in America, the CSU system, more than 400,000 students, has to have an ethnic studies graduation requirement. Talk about systemic change, what people have been pushing for years. Dr. Shirley Weber, African-American woman from San Diego, used to be the chair of the Pan-African Studies Department at San Diego State, who is now an assemblywoman from San Diego, pushed and got this through. My union, the California Faculty Association, advocated and pushed for it. It's just really one of those systemic changes we talk about. That who thought this would happen right now in the middle of a pandemic? This is it. So it's a really big thing. But how does it impact us, Long Beach City College? We've already made progress with our social justice AA program. Right now, we can add to that. If I'm correct, Dr. Scott, we can add to it and now have additional African-American, Latinx, Native American classes that can be a prerequisite for the required class at Long Beach State or Dominguez Hills or wherever folks go for CSU. It creates a new transfer academic pathway. So I just wanted to, and the kind of thing is crazy. It's only a 3-unit required class, 3 units, right? But now it makes all those students have to get a diverse perspective in their academic careers. And I'm a graduate of CSU at Long Beach State. I did take Black Studies class. I did take Women's Studies class. I took Feminist Theory class. I didn't have to, but I did. 3 units extra help to support the programs. And so now everybody gets to help by taking an ethnic studies class. But it's an opportunity for us to adjust our classes here on campus. Last thing I'm going to talk about, and then I'll hand over to the real Jenny Baxter. Arizona State University, ASU, the Sun Devils, is an innovative neighbor campus here, the next state over in Arizona. They're part of what's called the Western Undergraduate Exchange, the UE. They basically offer in-state tuition for out-of-state students to go to Arizona State. This is not new. This program's existed. We're thinking about expanding opportunities, expanding access. Arizona State, I don't know if our articulation agreement is updated. I think we should reevaluate it. But Arizona State is doing some really creative things. They're focused on learning community, blended learning communities, liberal arts, and 21st century workforce preparation. ASU, I know that, for President Malauulu, it's difficult to talk about ASU. I know she has a University of Arizona family member that, doesn't want to even think about the Sun Devils. I know about that interstate rivalry. But guess what? The Sun Devils are in California and the Sun Devils are in downtown LA. They have a campus now, ASU local, in downtown LA. Oh my God, like they're coming in our turf, right? The Pac-12 is coming over into California, right? And so, what used to be the Pac-10, but now the Pac-12. And I think this is such a unique opportunity to provide a new transfer pathway for our students local, right? In-state tuition rate. Now there's a new university in downtown LA. You can hop on the metro and get there from Long Beach. You don't even have to, maybe our Strong Beach bus pass, we can expand the metro so you can go to Arizona State, right? Think about that. But I just want to plant a seed. I'm gonna introduce a future agenda item on this to start exploring our partnership with them. But it's a really cost-effective, unique opportunity to provide our students another pathway of opportunity. Right? If you get a college degree, a bachelor's degree from an accredited institution, you're going to make an extra $1 million in your life. Trustee Jimenez, getting a bachelor's degree is going to increase your lifetime earning capacity. That's $1 million more than a high school graduate. $1 million. That's a house, a car, travel, healthcare, taking care of your family, right? And we should be able to try to push for as many pathways to get bachelor's degrees. We're going to get people to get their AA. Get your AA, please, in Long Beach City. But then let's help you transfer. Maybe you just need to get a certificate and go to work today. Great. But how about we help people transfer down the street to Arizona State and downtown LA on the metro? Think about that, of a new equity focus. So I just want to, I know I did my best Jenny Baxter impersonation tonight, but I thought it was important to check the boxes. And Jenny.
You've exceeded your time.
I don't think I went beyond 10 minutes. And Robert's Rules of Order, if you have the floor, you have 10 minutes of unobstructed time. And so
I didn't time you, so I don't know.
Okay, I've timed you a couple of times. I think we got 20 minutes of the Jenny Baxter Show. But I'm done. I'm going to hand the baton back to President Malauulu. And thank you, and congrats again, President Malauulu.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Okay, Trustee Zia.
I have no report.
Thank you. Trustee Baxter.
Okay, well, first of all, I'm honored that Trustee Chuck would like to emulate me. So thank you very much. And I'm going to emulate him in a minute. But first of all, I'm mad at him because I always thought I was going to be first, and I was going to be the first to congratulate President Malauulu on receiving the Dominic Moretti Award. And so 2 awards in 1 month is very, very impressive. So congratulations to you. And let us know, is there going to be some Zoom celebration or something? I hope about that.
Yes, of course it'll be Zoom.
Oh, good. No, I think it's fantastic. Now, I want to talk, I'm going to tell you my schedule. But first, I want to talk about the upcoming fundraiser that Trustee Z and I are putting on September 13th. And Dario, if you would put that flyer up, please. So all of you can come for a mere $10 Zoom entry. You can attend our Helping Homeless LBCC Students annual fundraiser. I stole this idea from a friend of mine in another nonprofit, and I think it's going to be a lot of fun. It's Sunday, September 13th from 3 to 5 p.m. I want to thank the Port of Long Beach, which helped give us money for sponsorship. So their logo is down there. And of course, the LBCC Foundation. Now, if you give us your $10 to be in this fundraiser, and is this worth it? First of all, you will be entered into an opportunity drawing. So you might win some fabulous prize. But even if you don't win, listen to this. Dr. Gary Scott is going to be the MC. Those of you who don't know him, he's the retired Dean of Creative and Fine Arts at LBCC. And he's going to do a super job. Annie Engel is going to perform singing. Sky Angulo is going to perform. Patrick Sheng has given us a student trio led by Victor Ochoa. And I listened to him, and he's excellent. It's going to be great. We're working on, so I better not say his name, but an alumnus who is a musician of note. How do you like that? Okay. And so who am I missing out on? I think I've got everybody. So it's going to be great. We're going to have student testimonials. We're going to have a silent auction. And so go on the website. Down there is the, all the information. If you don't want to sit there for 2 hours, I don't know why you wouldn't, because it will be fabulous. But if you don't, you can go and you can access the silent and the live auction. You can do all kinds of wonderful, wonderful things. So that's on September 13th. Now, okay, Dario, the second one. Whenever people give us money, Dario, you there? Whenever people give you money, they want to know what the money goes for. And so our wonderful Office of Institutional Effectiveness did a survey of all the students we have helped. And so if this is, we have helped 64 students receive housing. Now, that doesn't sound like a lot, but housing is really expensive. And so what's great is that you can see the numbers going down of how we have helped these students with housing. How many of them are enrolled in the last academic year? 64, go down. 6 of them have gotten both degrees and certificates. 17 have gotten either a degree or a certificate. Dario, you're doing wonderful. Wait, no, you went too fast. Okay, how many have gotten the highest awards? That's 10. How many have received either ADTs or AA or ASs? 13. Keep going. So how many have transferred to a 4-year school? 6. Okay, keep going. And this should please Trustee Ntuk. Ethnicity, the largest group that we have helped is 42% African American and 22% Hispanic, obviously 2% Native American, 3% Asian, and 27% white Caucasian. Gender, 78% female, 20% male, and 2 did not state. Now, you're going to say, why are you helping more women than men? Part of it is that women generally have children. Many of them do. And so it's they're more likely to be homeless or seek homeless services. So that's why there's so many women, and may I say, have initiative also. Anyway, and then these are the number of gift cards we've given out. So this doesn't include the 64 people. I added that all up and it comes up to 290 something. And so these gift cards are for gas, they're for groceries, they're for Viking Food Court, different things like the dollar store. So those are the kinds of things that this group is doing. And this is so important to collect statistics, because when you apply for grants, grant writers and donors want to know, what are you doing with my money? So we're very, very appreciative of the support we've gotten, and we're very appreciative of the Office of Institutional Effectiveness. So this should be the incentive for you to want to come to our program or just give money. How wonderful. Oh, if you say, oh, I don't want any more junk. I got too many baskets. I got too many bottles of wine. Who has too many bottles of wine? But anyway, you can donate $25 for a gas card, $50 for groceries, $75 for a textbook. I don't know where they're getting that one, and $100 for a room in a night at a hotel. Can you believe $100? And this is true. This is Motel 6, a wonderful, wonderful motel. Okay, so that's what we're doing on September 13th. So what have I been doing since the last board meeting? Well, on July 23rd, I attended the Todd Cancer Institute board, of which I'm a member. Then on the 25th, I attended a Zoom workshop given by AAUW, American Association University Women, of which the college is a member, and Trustee Malauulu, Zia, and I are members. And they had a state diversity workshop. And so that was very important to learn what's going on within the whole state of California. On the 29th, I attended the CCEJ Taking Stock presentation CCEJ, California Conference for Equality and Justice. They had members of the grocery industry talk about racism and what they're doing to overcome systemic racism. And it was very, very well done. Then I went to the CCEJ board meeting on the 30th. On August 1st, I gave a talk to the AAUW on the history of the 19th Amendment. Any of you want to hear this, you can call me on the phone. I'll talk to you for an hour. You can learn all about it. Then, Trustee Untuck, you may not know, but on that very same day, I too attended the A2MEND conference, African American Mentor Education Network Development. And it was, I'm not going to talk about it because he really gave a great synopsis, but I want to get credit as having gone because you can't go to a conference unless you give a report. But it was very, very well done. I was impressed with all the speakers. And Trustee Antek, you may not know this, but the person who got us involved in this organization is Byron Breland, who is now the chancellor of the San Jose Evergreen District. And I remember before I was on the board, him coming to me and asking the LBCC Foundation for support, which we did give them. And it's a wonderful organization. So we've been members for a number of years. Then where did I go? We keep going. On August 10th, we had a homeless meeting to talk about our fundraiser. And we have such a wonderful committee. And then on the 13th, I attended the Ronald McDonald House board meeting. Also on the 13th, I'm the chair of the CCEJ Audit Committee. And the college has drawn up a contract with CCEJ to do some workshops, and the board is going to be included on that on diversity. Then on the 17th, I attended the LBCC Alumni Hall of Fame selection. Then on the 19th, I gave my same women's suffrage talk that was an hour in 15 minutes, and I talked really fast. And then that was on the 19th. Then today, Jeff Sable and I were interviewed by Long Beach TV. Jeff is a librarian on campus. He is our Zoom master. He's a super, super guy doing all this volunteer. We have wonderful college employees who are volunteers, retirees who are volunteers, classified and faculty. And so make sure September 13th, you go to our Zoom fundraiser and you will love it and you will have a wonderful time. That's my report, President Malulu.
Thank you very much, Dr. Baxter.
President Malulu. President Malulu.
No.
Point of personal privilege, since I just want to give kudos to the trustee Baxter. She outdid it. She is the original Jenny Baxter. I did not have reports. I did not have data analytics. I didn't know she was on the same webinar with me. I just wanted to say I was mistaken. I cannot be the real Jenny Baxter. But I did want to clarify. I do know who Dr. Breland is, and
okay.
For a long time, and I know he's a founding member of A2MEND, and so.
Yeah.
But just point of personal privilege. Thank you so much. Great report, Dr. Baxter.
All right, so let me share a few things with everybody. Not a whole lot going on. Everything is happening on Zoom and by phone. Still happening, still a lot of work. It's just that it's not in person. On July 24th, Superintendent President Bynum and I attended the second session of the Trustee Fellowship Symposium. And I believe we have one more of those, and we are a part of a committee and we're doing the committee work. And Luann actually reported on our behalf from our meeting. And my takeaway from that, and it's kind of in line with the July meeting, is how important it is that leadership matters, how important it is the people that you have that set the tone for the rest of the institution. On August 6th, we did have a public safety meeting with Luann and Vice President Drinkwine and Uduak, and we did discuss some of the issues that are being brought to the forefront, especially right now with all of the social justice issues and community civil unrest that's happening. So it was a great conversation, and we will continue to have that conversation. And then, as you know, August 19th, we did have a special meeting of the board. I have some remarks that I want to share with you as part of my report. No pictures today. I just want to focus on this being the 100th anniversary of the 19th Amendment and celebrating again with the colors of the suffragist movement in the United States, and invite you to do a little research on that and what that means. I am really looking forward to Friday morning, logging in and watching the College Day. Part of the reason why is because our virtual commencement was so good that I'm looking forward to what the team does for College Day, and hopefully that it'll get everybody motivated and off to a really good start with some good energy. I neglected to mention, and I mentioned it earlier during the meeting, but Vice President Drinkwine and Superintendent President Bynum and I, we did have a Citizens Oversight Review Committee for some of the applications, and we had a really good conversation about local minority-owned women veteran businesses that we would like to be included in with the oversight of our bond program. I'm kind of undecided about how I want to approach the next few items. One, Luann mentioned the census, and I would just like to encourage everybody that's a part of the district to please make sure you encourage everybody that you know, do whatever you have to do, wear a t-shirt. Please make sure that residents in our district participate in the census. We need the resources in our community, and we need it. And we do have students who are couch surfers, for lack of a better word. They need to be counted. So please, if you're a faculty member, if you're a staff member, if you're a counselor, I'd really like to see the college do a robust campaign for the census. I know when I log on to the website, I see that. I see the notice that says participate in the census. But I want us to do more. Send an email to students with the link and make sure that they are counted. Especially our normally marginalized students, young parents of children, older adults. We want to make sure they get counted. So I'd really like to ask staff to invest in a campaign, more of a census drive. The second thing that I want to address, so I've, not that I'm shy, but I would just like to say thank you. I feel very lucky to have received these 2 awards in the last couple of weeks, but I also feel that it's not just me, particularly the ACCT award. I recognize that I share that. I would be remiss to accept any kind of accolade for that award, because I am not Long Beach City College. I am just a very small component of it. And I share it with my board. I share it with the administration, certainly share it with all of our employees, but most importantly, I share it with our students. And the reason why this ACCT award is very significant right now is because of what's happening with the pandemic, and because we had to transition so quickly over this one crazy weekend in March, where I think I probably slept 2 hours within a 3 or 4 day period. We had so much going on, and these decisions needed to be made, and information and communications and a website. And it was just insane. So for me to be recognized, I think is, it's nice, but it's not me. It's all of you. So I definitely am looking forward to accepting this award on behalf of the district and everybody that we represent in October. I've said this before. I've, kind of picked a bad year to be president, because I really feel cheated out of a lot of opportunities that a president gets to enjoy. And I haven't really had that at all. So it'll be another Zoom virtual event, but I share it with you. And then the industry award from the Center for International Trade and Transportation. I'm really happy to have received that, because Dominic Moretti was an ILWU member. He was a registered longshore worker. He was a college professor, and he was really active in the community. So this is the 4th year that award exists, but I'm the first ILWU member to get it. And I just feel really honored, because I knew Dominic and I had worked with him on occasion. And a lot of what I do are things that he did. in terms of some of the projects that I've initiated. So it's kind of neat to be recognized for that. Totally unexpected. And again, both at the same time. So thank you, everybody. Happily share it with you. And by the way, I'm getting the ACCT award on the 7th of October and the Dominic Moretti on the 6th of October. So it'll be back to back. All right. The last thing, not the last thing, a couple more things. So I want to say a very special thank you to our faculty, our staff, and our students. But I want to qualify why I'm saying thank you. So we knew that we were going to be going virtual, mostly all remote, with a couple of exceptions of lab classes. And we had an opportunity to prepare. I know in the springtime, it was just kind of sprung on us at the last minute. Summer, we did some last minute adjusting, but fall, we had an opportunity to focus and we had our mind wrapped around it. But the reason why I want to say thank you is because it doesn't make it any easier and it doesn't make it any smoother or any better. And, I haven't heard anybody complain. I understand what it's like to have children at home who are also learning remotely. I am working half from home and half going into the office to meet with members, and I work harder and longer with what's happening. I am up really early, making sure my kids are up, making sure they're, I'm going from one laptop to another, one iPad to another, making sure we've had internet problems, having everybody hooked up on different devices. And then you've got a house and you've got food and you've got dinner and you've got, now have dogs and we have, utilities, our electric bill because it's hot. So my heart really hurts for our employees, because I understand what our faculty and our staff is going through because I'm going through it with you. And I feel for our students. One of my constituents is a young mother who is returning to college after a 12-year absence, working at a job that she lost because of COVID. And she's having personal problems. So now she's having to raise a 3-year-old son on her own. And she had already enrolled. And, she's like, worrying about rent and housing and tuition and college and childcare. And it's just a lot. So I really want to ask all of us to just focus that not everybody has it easy. And a lot of people have this, glamorous conception that we're working from home and things are great because you're at your house and you don't have to do your hair, your makeup, and you can put on a picture. It's not like that. It's a lot of work. It's very difficult, and having to balance things. And for me, the only pleasure that I'm having with Zoom is that I could be in 2 or 3 places at the same time, as long as I have enough devices. But other than that, the work is just a lot. So be nice, be kind, help people and let them know, like, I understand that this is not easy. So it's kind of my spin on saying thank you, because I get what you're going through. Couple more things. So I know that we're going through a season of political conventions with the 2 large political parties in our country. And I'm concerned both as a board member, but I'm also concerned as a human being. It's okay to believe and support one political party and believe and support another political party. There's nothing wrong with that. That's why we're in this country. Everybody has a platform and everybody's experiences in life shape that. We all have a different upbringing and different background, which is why we believe what we believe. But what's not okay is, I've seen some really insulting and offensive remarks that if I were a student, I would probably not want to be a part of an institution or be in a class with an instructor that has those types of opinions, especially if I'm a person of color, or if I'm an immigrant, or if I'm somebody who represents a targeted population. So let us remember that we are an educational institution, and let us remember that our political beliefs should not really play a factor in the work that we do and the work that we provide educating students, because we educate impressionable minds, and that could be it could be really disheartening and it could be really discouraging. So I just want to caution everybody that, enjoy the conventions, enjoy the season leading up to the election, especially if you're a political fanatic and you like this kind of stuff. But just remember that people do feel very strongly, and we do have to be sympathetic to the beliefs. I'd like to wish everybody good luck with the fall semester. I am personally heartbroken that there won't be athletics. It really, really hurts me. It hurts my family, it hurts my kids. I have spoken to some of our football players and some of our basketball players, and I'm really sorry. I did everything I could. I partnered up with Dr. Bill Husak. I submitted some statements to the athletic board, and we really tried to do whatever we can to at least get some semblance of athletics. So I'm very sorry that that's not going to happen. And I spoke to Coach Peabody the other day, and we're all there. I see you, I hear you, I feel you, and I'm very sorry. We can have student activities, we can have other programs on campus, but we can't have athletics. So it's just all bad, and I personally feel it. And in closing for my report, there are so many people that we can close and adjourn a meeting in honor of or in memory of. You turn on any news channel and you're going to see a death that could be justified as a name for an adjournment. I'd like to personalize a little bit more for us in Long Beach. Even though I did not know them well, I did have an opportunity to interact in the same circles with them, but I do know their children well. So when the time comes to adjourn the meeting, I'd like to adjourn the meeting in honor of and memory of our mayor, Dr. Robert Garcia's mother, and his stepfather. So, it's a tragic loss, and he still has to get up and go to work every day. And he still has to lead the city, and he still has to follow the guidelines that the county sets and the state sets and the government sets. And we're in a political season. So it's just a lot for one person to bear. So when we adjourn, I'd like to adjourn in the memory of his parents. And this is for Dr. Robert Garcia and his brother, Patrick O'Donnell, Jacob O'Donnell as well. So that's it. That's the end of my report. And thank you for indulging me some extra remarks. So now we'd like to move on to section item 12.4 on the agenda, which are trustee committees. Trustee Antug, do you want to report? I know I already touched upon it, the ad hoc committee.
Yeah, just briefly. We did meet, and we're working through that. It's an incredibly difficult situation, but this is about campus safety, right? I have heard rumors and assertions that this is about anti-police or defund the police effort or anti-public safety to put people at risk. And I just want to clarify, that is not the goal of what we're trying to do. That is not what this committee is about. This is not what our institution is about. We are not trying to make people more unsafe. That is an illogical, irrational statement that I've heard been made. But what we are doing, we are looking at reimagining public safety at Long Beach City College. And we did have a meeting where we looked at the contracts. We didn't vote on the contracts. We didn't cancel the contracts, but we looked at the contracts for Long Beach PD, and they do provide service to us. And some of these contracts are very old. And so it was a very informative meeting, and we're going to get information together to present to the board before we make a recommendation so that we can continue to have public transparency input in the process. But I just want to, for the record, I have never advocated, and I do not advocate for less safety, for putting people at risk. And that is not what this is about. Some people, defunding the police, maybe we're spending too much. I don't know. We need to have the analysis. I had never seen the Long Beach PD contracts until we had it on the agenda. I don't know if anybody else on the board ever saw it. It's been around since 2003. The current one was from 2017, amended and extended. We got so many things. We talked about contracting earlier. We have the say as a board of contracts, such as this type of contract. We can do it. We don't have to do it. We can amend it and change it. I think being collaborative, having multiple input will get us a better solution at the end. And we're looking at all campus safety. We have a staff pro contract. We have other cleaning contracts. We have a lot of things that we spend money on that is just not, it's not limited to the police. We're not limiting our evaluation to our Long Beach PD contract, even though it is part of the review. One, we want to say with reimagining, this is about reimagining public safety. And we're in the middle of the pandemic. There's not 20,000 students on campus. We do not have parking structures full of cars. There is nobody or very limited students on campus and faculty teaching on campus that we need to protect and make sure they're safe. Because yes, we do need to protect our faculty. If the classrooms are not safe, people are not learning. And so we talked about getting expert input, getting practitioner input, making sure we get stakeholder input through our, different shared governance process on campus. We talked about talking to CCEJ, who is trained and an expert on safety from a different perspective. We talked about getting input from the USC Center for Race and Equity, another expert. What is the best practices for campus safety? We have not had that conversation as a board, or I think as an institution at large, in a long time, if ever, in this manner. And then we also talked about how do we do this? So we're not going to have new members join the ad hoc committee, but the ad hoc committee is going to meet with stakeholders. You want to hear from the academic senate, from the faculty union, from the classified union, from students. What is your concerns? What ideas do you have? What do you want to focus on? I think we get everyone's input and then we bring it out. It's a potential solution. Maybe there's 4 or 5 solutions we come back with, and people only like 2 out of the 4. Okay, so be it. We're not ramming anything down anybody's throat. We are going to be reaching out and asking people to participate and give us input, including the police union, the non-police union, the classified union. Like, there's a lot of folks that have a role in unions, why they are here and amongst us and not officially. There's no union. Well, I mean, we have a labor center, now, but it's not like we have a union office or union people have it's a separate organization, but it's a key organization. I mean, that's why we have a collective bargaining agreement. It's between the institution and the union because they're separate legal entities. So, but we need to have everyone's perspectives. You can't just unilaterally, President Malauulu and I make a decision. It's not going to happen that way, and that never was our intention. But we talked about having a student town hall. Get student input because they're who we really want to protect the most. We're not a prison. We are not a penitentiary. We shouldn't treat our students as if they are, right? But we need to make sure we're safe. We're providing safety, and there's a broad range of how that can be done. And, I think the diversity of voices and going through a deliberative process, we don't have to hurry up and do this by the end of the month. We have time to do it right. And to me, it's let's work together to get a common solution, get it right the first time, so we don't have to come back and try to do it again next semester and next year and 2 years from now. That we can get a right-sized solution for the campus of today. So I just want to give that update, even though Luann gave an update and Vivian gave an update on this, but we're working together. There's more work to do. I just want to say, please, we need everyone's help. If you haven't planned to participate, please do. If you have something to share, please share with us. This is not a singular activity.
I agree. That was a good report. And I just want to add that it's not so much as the help that we need as the input. So we definitely need to hear from the perspective of others and make sure that we incorporate what they envision for campus safety into the final product. Any additional?
President Malauulu, this is Jerry. We've kind of been here before and we haven't been included. And so I just think this could be a really volatile issue. There's lots of different perspectives on the campus with regard to campus safety. So I just need to be really clear that the faculty, and I'm sure my colleagues on the classified side of the house, the adjunct side of the house, the management side of the house, the student side of the house really want to be at the table and to have collaborative consultation per Title V, per the 10+1, is really to be intimately involved, not casually involved, but involved at the table. And I think it would be a real unfortunate situation to casually come and get casual input and not really embrace the tenets of the 10+1 and Title V and collaborative consultation. There's just a lot at stake here. And I think that everybody wants to see the right result. Everybody wants to hear everybody's opinion. But I don't think you can do that if you piecemeal it. So I just want to go on record as saying that the Senate, specifically the Faculty Senate, is very interested in being an active participant in these discussions. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Your comment.
President Malauulu, can I say something to that effect too? After the meeting, we talked about the fact that we need constituent input and a town hall or whatever. But one of the first places to start and work is with the President's Leadership Committee. And so we talked with you and Trustee Vice President Intuck about having a special session with the President's Leadership Committee to take a look at these issues and talk about concerns and how we need to proceed when we deal with this stuff. And I think that would be a great way to do it. And I appreciate the fact that you and Trustee Intuck thought that might be a good idea. So that's going to be the first step out of the gate.
President Malauulu.
We did discuss that.
President Malauulu, I could just thank you. I just Trustee Intuck here one more time. Jerry, thank you. In case we are not explicit, we hear you, we see you. I hear you. I see you in the academic senate and the faculty and the different stakeholders. I know about 10+1. Our intention was not casual consultation, but we're trying to figure out how to do it right in the middle of a pandemic. And and we agree, it's a incredibly difficult situation. It is not easy, but this is part of the hard conversations we have to have about how do we do what's right for our whole community. And how do we make sure that we are having these real, authentic input? And when I say we need help, we need input. We need to make sure we're aligned. We don't want to surprise anybody. We don't want to piecemeal. If we came across as piecemeal, our apologies. That is not what we are doing. And if you came across as we are being casual and cavalier, we are not. We are trying to be deliberative and intentional, and we are not rushing. That's why we're going slow. You know the African proverb: you want to go far, go slow. You want to go fast, go alone. We are not going alone. We hear you, and I just want to say that here amongst everyone, challenging our communication, but we want to work together. So thank you for making that statement. Really important. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate that. And, obviously this is a community decision. It'll have to be ultimately in the end for it to be successful. So I appreciate very much that you are hearing us and you're hearing our strong desire to be part of the ultimate solution to this. So thank you for that. We will hold you to it. And we look forward to being part of not only the discussion, but the ultimate decision and the process that will include. So thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you, everybody. And I also, just so you know, those aren't my dogs that you hear, but I think a couple of our staff members and people in the meeting, we could hear your dog, so they have input as well. All right, so.
Let the dog out.
Right. Section 13 on the agenda. Madam Secretary, do we have any public comments on non-agenda items? You're on mute.
I didn't hear the order to take my mute off. No, we do not, Board President Malauulu.
President Malauulu.
Trustee Intuck, there's a.
Sorry to be so verbose. I'm sorry to be so verbose.
Oh, you missed the.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
I do, non-agenda item. I missed it in my report, but I did want to recognize the passing of a community leader that hopefully we can recognize on tonight's agenda. We adjourn. Sharon Cottrell may be common, maybe uncommon to people, but has been in Long Beach for more than 40 years. Was one of the first female dock workers.
Actually, I have to interrupt you with that. I was approached about that. It turns out she was a member of the Teamsters organization. And I've been told I don't have any concrete information. I don't want to misrepresent her. I never met her. I know of her only after her passing, which I certainly feel for and extend my condolences to her family. But I have been approached by several members of the community, including members of our Harbor Commission, inquiring if she was an ILWU member. We did a robust search, multiple locals. She was not a dock worker, but I do have some information that she was a member of the Teamsters organization. So I'm thinking, and I don't know, but I'm thinking she may have been an independent truck driver or a Teamster with the trucking organization that was trying to organize the truck drivers. But she was not an ILWU member as far as the data that I personally have tried to just really assemble from different locals. Multiple presidents have confirmed that she wasn't a dock worker. So I just want to clarify that because that narrative is out there.
Yeah, no, and I'm sorry. I did not say anything about ILWU. And I'm bringing this up because I did know Sharon Cottrell for more than 30 years. She's known my family. She actually went to college with my dad in the 1970s at Long Beach State. She's been a friend of ours for a long time. She did tell me she worked at the docks. I don't know what capacity. I didn't make any allegation that she was ILWU or not. That was not what I was saying. So thank you for that clarification. She was a good person. She passed away. She was part of the Long Beach area Citizens for
Labachi.
She was Alan Lowenthal's campaign manager when he ran for city council the first time. And I think he lost that time. She won. Well, didn't he run twice? Anyhow, he was a campaign manager for Alan when he ran for city council a long time ago. She was always, a good-hearted person, inclusive. I ran for student government at Long Beach State in the early 2000s. She gave me $25 to my campaign. To say, hey, good luck. Go buy some yard signs at Long Beach State as a student. She would call me from time to time, but good person, Long Beach community leader, passed away. If we could also add her to the list of folks that adjourn tonight's meeting, and that would be a request of mine that's not on the agenda, but hopefully a small tribute to a real community leader, big-hearted community leader.
Absolutely. And I have heard many good things about her too. And in the last few days that I've been doing the research, everybody does pretty much concur with what you just said, that she was very generous, very involved, very supportive. So certainly we'll adjourn the meeting in her name. Anybody else? Okay, so now we're moving on to section 15, which is the adjournment. Before I officially adjourn the meeting, we would like to, yes, Jackie?
President Malauulu, we did not address 12.5, future reports.
Oh, you're right. Sorry, I wrote all over that section and turned the page. Are there any requests for any future reports?
We're right on target with what we have listed coming up in September, but if the board had a report that they would like to add.
President Malauulu, I have an interest in learning. The Long Beach Unified was encouraging students to take classes at LBCC. And I don't know, maybe we can't figure out if they're Long Beach Unified students, but I would be curious to see, have we gotten an increase in dual enrollment from the Long Beach Unified? If it's not too hard to figure out, it's
Trustee Baxter, we can give you a report on. I'm sorry.
I think the superintendent president can give us a report on that. We don't have to have a committee.
Yeah.
No, I didn't want,
No, this
Doug,
is
I did not want a
No.
committee, trust me.
This is.
That can be a future report. We do have increased relationships and concurrent enrollment with LBUSD, particularly because of COVID, and we can prepare a report for you in the next board meeting about that.
Yeah, I'm talking about 5 minutes. I'm not talking about a committee or anything else.
I agree.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Sounds good. 12.5.
One thing on this agenda item, and just to follow up on the request about looking into a partnership with Arizona State University. No time certain. We can work with staff and figure out what's the right time, but just an agenda item request. This is our report, I guess.
This is a report. Do you want that as an agenda item, Trustee Ntuk?
Well, aren't what's listed here going to come on future agendas? The three items?
This would be reports. It's not agenda items. Remember, you can do that as normal as you can contact us that you want something placed on the agenda. These are actual just reports because it's different.
Yeah, this is a new agenda item, I guess. And just if it's possible to add this into this agenda item, if not, I'll just separately.
So that's what the board secretary is saying, that this is for request for future report if you want to report on a particular item. But if you just want to have staff look into something, you can do that outside of this meeting. That's not a report that you're requesting. You're just asking staff to look into the possibility of a new partnership or something. I mean,
Can I weigh in on this?
Request that, but I mean, Arizona State is. I mean, we've got. Yes.
Yes. Thank you. I mean, if this is something that the board as a whole wants us to look into, we can do that. And so I would pass it on to you as the president to direct with the total board of trustees. Is this something that the staff has to look into?
Me personally, I'm going to say no to that. We've got fine institutions here in state that we already partner with. We have our own CSU 3 miles away. That's my opinion, and I'm not the board. I'm just one member. I think we have enough on our plate with what we have. But again, this is something that could be discussed offline and is not a part of agenda item 12.5. So moving on the agenda, we're moving on to section 15. So before I officially adjourn the meeting, then I would like to let the public know that we are adjourning in honor of and memory of Sharon Cottrell, community member at the request of Trustee Ntuk, and also the parents of our mayor and former LBCC employee, Dr. Robert Garcia, and his brother, Jacob O'Donnell, and his parents are Gabby and Greg O'Donnell. So we would just like to just extend our condolences to the families of both Sharon Cottrell and the O'Donnells, and let everybody know that, we definitely sympathize with you and feel for you. Now, that takes us to our adjournment. The next regularly scheduled meeting of the Board of Trustees will be held on Wednesday, September 9th, 2020. Closed session will begin at 4:30 p.m. and open session at 5:30 p.m. With that, Madam Secretary, it is 9:23 p.m. and this meeting is adjourned. Have a great beginning of the year. See you at College Day, everybody.
Thank you.